Chapter 443. Chu Tian followed Nan Gongyun's direction and saw that where the Star Elemental King was killed, there was a glowing liquid substance. This thing looked like mercury, and it was hard to find in this environment if one didn't look carefully. So it's star marrow. This is a very rare recovery sacred medicine. It's just a sacred medicine? Nan Gongyun thought she had found some treasure. There were many sacred medicines in Miracle Commerce's warehouse, and there were even several immortal medicines. She was a bit disappointed. Damn, this old lady thought it was some treasure. Your way of thinking is wrong. Isn't a sacred medicine still a medicine? Chu Tian filled a small bottle with the star marrow, not to mention sacred medicines are divided into levels. Star marrow is a rare level 4 sacred medicine, and because it is very gentle, although it is a level 4 sacred medicine, low-level cultivators can still take it. This kind of treasure is rare, so it will be very useful when we bring it back. The star marrow could be considered an unexpected harvest. Chu Tian returned to Miracle City to properly reward the locals who helped him. He gave them a small reward before dispersing them. These locals didn't care about the reward. Being able to experience the new trial field for free was enough to satisfy them. Now they only hoped for the new trial field to open as soon as possible. At this moment, the City Lord's office, the young Miss and Vivian, the two Vice City Lords, were currently busy with official business. The young Miss was very familiar with this, handling heavy tasks as if they were light. She calmly raised her pen like the wind, instantly taking care of a large amount of matters. Vivian was sitting on the side with a pen in her mouth, constantly scratching her head. Looking at the dense pile of documents, her head was spinning and she couldn't find her direction. Vivian was a bit like Meng Yingying and a bit like Nan Gongyun. Her personality was in between the two, being obedient and serious like Yingying, but also lively and mischievous. Perhaps it was because they were similar that these three girls had already become sisters. Nan Gongyun was still the big sister, Meng Yingying was still the second sister, and the oldest Vivian had become the youngest sister. If Vivian's age was changed to a human 14-year-old, this wasn't wrong. In short, these three girls were together all day, and their relationship could be said to be very good. But whether it was Yingying or Nan Gongyun, Vivian wasn't cut out to be the city lord. Royal father is abominable. They actually arranged for me to be Miracle City's Vice City Lord. When Vivian heard that Nan Gong and Yingying had gone out to play with Chu Tian, it made her heart itch and she didn't have the mood to do anything. Sister, Vivian, we're back. Meng Yingying rushed in excitedly. You won't be able to guess what we brought back. It will definitely give you a big shock. When Vivian heard Yingying's voice, she became spirited and stood up. What good thing? Let me take a look. Meng Qingguo, on the other hand, frowned slightly. This is the mayor's office. How can you be so rash? Before she could finish her words, Meng Yingying poured out all the star crystals she had harvested in one breath, and the star crystals immediately piled up into a small hill. Vivian and Meng Qingwu's eyes were glued to the crystals. The purity and energy contained in these crystals were very high. They were definitely of the highest quality. They all cultivated the starlight immortal body. Of course they knew how precious this thing was. Meng Qingguo was very surprised. How did you get so many star crystals? You still don't know. Nan Gongyun was in high spirits. She gestured with her hands and said, Boss brought us on an adventure. It turns out that there is a huge underground world under the city. We can go deeper into it through the Devil's Maw. There are ugly monsters everywhere, for example those evil eyes that can shoot light beams. It's said that evil eyes are one of the lowest level monsters. Our lives won't be boring in the future, so we should quickly use the star crystals to increase our strength and go on an adventure. I really want to see just how many strange monsters there are inside. Vivian's eyes lit up. Was this true? She was a very curious person. She definitely wouldn't be able to sit still as the city lord. She liked to go on adventures, and if Miracle City had this kind of place, her life wouldn't be boring in the future. Young miss, don't be so busy and obediently go cultivate. Chu Tian didn't waste time with Meng Qingguo. Leave Miracle City's matters to me for now. After Chu Tian left the small town, everyone's cultivation quickly increased. The forest of chaos couldn't compare to southern Xia. There were too many resources here. There were all kinds of elixirs and sacred herbs, and they were all very cheap. Before Chu Tian left, he gave everyone a customized cultivation plan. With this many resources and the help of the flower fairies, their cultivation increased by quite a bit. Chun Bingyu and Dongfang Haoren were already in the peak first true spirit layer. Meng Qingguo, Meng Yingying Nangongyan, and the others were all in the peak ninth awakened soul layer. This batch of star crystals came at the right time. Everyone used this chance to break through their bottlenecks, and their strength would increase explosively. After the high-level members of Miracle Commerce were all in the true spirit realm, it would be easier for them to stabilize their current positions. Meng Qingguo was also very happy and excited. Who didn't want to become a bit stronger? There have been too many things in the city recently. Meng Qingguo thought of something and said a very important matter. The Prophet Yoda's injuries are very serious. The shamans have already submitted to Miracle Commerce. The gnomes are convinced by us, and the surrounding locals are harmonious. Only the druids are variable. I'm worried that something will happen to the prophet. This power will fall into chaos because of this. They're not a small power. The green religion, the undead religion, the shaman religion, and the druid religion, these were the main powers in this area. Compared to the other three, the druids were more low-key and aloof, but they still had quite a bit of influence. The druids' abilities are very interesting. If they can become a part of Miracle City, it will be very beneficial. Meng Qingguo knit her brows. I want to know how to help them. You must have a way, right? Young miss can be assured. Chu Tian said to Vivian beside him. I'll bring Vivian over. This small problem will be easily solved. That's right. Vivian didn't want to sit in the office for a long time. Elder sister can be assured of going into closed-door cultivation. There's still us. Chu Tian cut in. The young miss is too weak. I am the respected Miracle City's Vice City Lord. How could my trivial awakened soul realm cultivation be enough? This is too outrageous. Meng Qingguo snappily said. Then we've really lost face for Sir City Lord. It's fine, it's fine. Chu Tian said with a giggle. This City Lord has always been very lenient with beauties. If Meng Qingguo's strength reached the true spirit realm, her heavenly book source spirit would be even stronger and her work and learning efficiency would increase by a large amount. The so-called sharpening the knife would not delay chopping wood, so no matter how busy she was, she had to increase her strength first. All right then, this is the draft plan completed in the last few days. Meng Qingguo placed a thick notebook on the table. We've analyzed some of Miracle City's flaws and areas that need to be improved. Other than that, we've made a preliminary plan for the city. What do you think? I'm very assured with the young miss handling it. Chu Tian was too lazy to even look at it as he threw it to the side, then give it out and immediately implement it. Meng Qingguo was speechless. When would this fellow stop being so carefree? Miracle City was Miracle Commerce's future headquarters, and this fellow actually had an indifferent attitude. She was truly defeated by him. Although she was very dissatisfied with Chu Tian's sloppy appearance, Meng Qingguo could feel his trust in her, which made her feel a bit satisfied. Meng Qingguo brought Yingying Nangong and the others into closed-door cultivation. Chu Tian needed to solve the druid problem, so he ran to the alchemy room to refine several star marrow pills. It was hard for Chu Tian to process level 4 materials with his current strength because level 4 alchemy arrays couldn't be used by true spirit cultivators, and level 4 and below alchemy arrays couldn't refine level 4 materials. But the star marrow was very gentle, so it could be used without any refining. Chu Tian could completely merge the star marrow with level 3 materials. He could make several star marrow pills like this, and their effects wouldn't lose to level for recovery sacred pills. Chu Tian took one first, and the star marrow pill's effects filled his body, immediately showing its effects. The side effects from the battle with the Lich quickly healed. The hidden injuries that would have taken a few days to heal were instantly healed. The star marrow pill's effects were not just simple recovery. This pill could deeply improve the body, and no matter how old the hidden injuries were, it would have a strong effect on clearing them. It could also greatly increase one's physique. This was a good thing that couldn't be bought with money. Vivian, let's go. We'll go to the Druid Temple. All right. Vivian directly used her spatial energy and instantly brought Chu Tian to the Druid Temple. This spatial energy was hard to defend against, and the two of them appeared in front of the Druid Temple's doors. Who is it? The Druids quickly came over. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I am the City Lord, Chu Tian. Chu Tian raised a pill high up. This City Lord knows that Great Master Yoda's injuries have not been healed, so I took the risk of entering the underground world and killed 18 fierce beasts. I collected 8 immortal herbs and refined them into an immortal pill with an ancient recipe. This pill will definitely cure Prophet Yoda's illness, so please bring me to see Prophet Yoda. The Druids looked at each other in blank dismay. Was there really such a magical pill? But the Druids still believed in Chu Tian's abilities. This was because when Chu Tian fought the Lich Dragon, many Druids had personally seen it. After the battle, Prophet Yoda was brought back with heavy injuries and was in a near-death state. It was Chu Tian who found a way to temporarily prolong his life. Chu Tian wrote several recipes to treat Yoda's illness. Who would have thought that Yoda already had hidden injuries, and after the battle with the Lich Dragon, his injuries became even more serious. Now that he had completely erupted, he was at his last gasp and might not be able to hold on. The Druids were very worried because the Prophet was not only the leader of the Druids, he was also the highest spiritual leader. If anything happened to Yoda, the Druids would be heavily affected. Chu Tian appeared again at this time, saying that he had a top-quality immortal herb. This made the Druids see a glimmer of hope. So it's Sir City Lord, we've been rude. Sir City Lord, please come in. The Druids respectfully invited Chu Tian into the temple. Chapter 444. Vivian knew about the existence of the Druids before she came to Miracle City. It said that the Druids could communicate with nature and had a strange transformation technique, allowing them to turn into any kind of demon beast. From a normal bird or a small beast, they could freely change into any kind of demon beast. This transformation was not just a change in form. The Druids' most powerful point was that they could completely duplicate the abilities of the demon beast they turned into. This was something that no cultivation technique could do, so it wasn't strange to say it was an ancient demonic technique. Coming to the Druid temple with Chu Tian this time, Vivian was very curious and immediately looked around. The Druids were not enthusiastic, but they all moved to the side, not daring to show any expressions. After all, Chu Tian was the famous Miracle City's city lord, and the Druids did need his help. On a stone platform in the center of the temple, Prophet Yoda's 1-meter-long body was lying in a source energy array. There were 2 Druid high priests guarding him. This was the legendary Druid prophet that had the ability to predict? Vivian was very puzzled. The legendary wise and powerful prophet. Why did Whis Sin look like a goblin or gnome? This was too different from what she imagined. At this moment, Prophet Yoda's body was covered in wrinkles. He was like a dehydrated frog or a dried tree bark. Although there weren't any obvious wounds on the surface, his vitality was already drying up. Vivian said, "This is serious enough. He won't last more than a few days." These words made the other Druids dissatisfied. One of the Druids said in a worried voice, "The prophet's injuries from the fight with the Lich Dragon have been stabilized by the city lord's medicine and method. Only this injury has caused the old injuries to erupt, causing the prophet's body to weaken. I'm afraid we won't be able to gather the materials." Chu Tian gave a slight nod. "What are you waiting for?" A bear tribe druid high priest anxiously shouted, "Since the city lord has found a way to cure the prophet, then make a move. Can't you see that the high priest's life is in danger?" "Hey, what are you shouting for? What kind of attitude is this?" As an elf, Vivian hated this kind of cruel spirit beast. Now that she saw this kind of attitude, her heart was very unhappy. Our big brother Chu Tian coming to help is giving you druid's face, making it seem like we owe you. The druid high priest of the bear tribe had a fiery temper and immediately spoke without restraint. If it wasn't for the druids helping to deal with the undead church, would Prophet Yoda's old injuries have relapsed? If it wasn't for the druids' help, Green City would have already been destroyed. If this human became the city lord, how could there be any miracle city? It's not wrong to say that you owe us. You. Vivian had only said it casually. She did not expect the druid to be so unreasonable. She was so angry that she almost crushed her cheeks. If the city is destroyed, how can the druids be spared? You speak as if the druids are selfless. Aren't you doing it for yourselves? If Brother Chu Tian didn't kill the lich, not to mention your prophet, all the druids who participated in the battle would have died. How are you going to settle this debt? The eyes of the bear tribe's high priest widened. Glaring at me? Do you want to fight? Vivian's personality wasn't as fiery as Nangongyen's. She wouldn't fight if she wanted to, but other than being obedient in front of Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu, she really wasn't afraid of anyone. So she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white wrist. Stupid bears like you. I've beaten more than 10 of them. Seeking death. The druid high priest of the bear tribe roared. His entire body emitted a dazzling light, and his body instantly expanded by 5 to 6 times. His leather armor burst open, and his mane grew wildly. He was about to turn into a giant beast. Vivian's eyes narrowed. Spatial energy trembled as a dagger floated in the air, emitting a powerful aura. It instantly locked onto the giant beast, as if the dagger would be able to cut it into pieces with just the slightest movement. Space attributed source spirit. The druids all turned pale with fright. Vivian looked like she was 14 years old, but her cultivation wasn't low. She was in the peak 4th true spirit layer, and she had spatial energy that normal people couldn't defend against. It wasn't hard for her to kill a few high priest druids. The druids were all on guard, and they all prepared to make a move. Chu Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest like he was watching a play, but he was muttering in his heart. These druids really were unreasonable. If he didn't properly deal with these fellows who did things their own way, perhaps they would cause trouble for Miracle City in the future. Stop! A druid high priest came forward. This was a rare eagle race spirit beast. He had a pair of giant wings, and his feet were like eagle claws. The eagle race was silent, and they were not as violent as the bear people, so he immediately came forward to stop them. The city lord came to save the prophet out of kindness, and you still made a move against them. Do you not care about the druid religion? What did the prophet teach us? If you want to fight, I don't recommend it. Chu Tian slowly said. Only, I think I forgot to introduce you. This is Vivian from the Eternal Forest. She is Miracle City's Vice City Lord, the Eternal Forest's Elven King's youngest daughter, as well as the Eternal Forest's most talented elven wings. These words were like a bolt of lightning hitting the druids. The Elven King's youngest daughter. This elven girl was actually the Elven King's youngest daughter? The bear people's high priest was speechless and could only return to his original appearance. Even if the druids were rebellious, would they dare make a move against the Elven King's daughter? Not to mention whether they could win or not. Just the Elven King, representing the Eternal Forest, was not something that any local power could resist. Sorry, the druids were too impulsive this time. The eagle race druid high priest stared at the bear people and immediately came in front of Chu Tian and Vivian. As long as we can save Sir Prophet, the druids are willing to pay any price. I hope the city lord doesn't mind. Of course I don't mind. Chu Tian didn't have any temper, but Since the Druids like to settle accounts this much, then I might as well calculate it. You said that Yoda brought people to help deal with the Lich. I admit this. But if the skin doesn't exist, where will the hair attach to? The Druids didn't make a move just for the city. I also saved Yoda from the Lich Dragon and sent him the medicine as soon as I returned to the city. So the two sides are even on this matter. The Eagle Race Druid High Priest was very embarrassed. Yes, the City Lord is right. Then we'll count it another way. Chu Tian took out a Star Marrow pill. This is to save Grandmaster Yoda. This City Lord personally brought people into the underground world, killed 18 fierce beasts, collected 8 kinds of immortal herbs, and refined this pill using an ancient recipe. I think that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I won't ask for a high price, so you can buy it for 500,000 source stones. 500,000 source stones? How could the Druids have that many source stones? The Druids didn't have any source of income. Not to mention 500,000 source stones. They couldn't even take out 50,000 or even 5,000. Chu Tian, put away the pill. This city lord has something to do, so I'll be leaving first. When you have enough money, you can come find me. After saying this, Chu Tian looked like he was about to leave. City Lord, the Druids were all panicking. You can't be this heartless. Heartless? I also want to talk about feelings, but you're talking about benefits with me. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but in my eyes, the Druids are just a group of petty people who only remember grudges and not kindness. What kind of feelings do I have? I saved Yoda today, but who knows that in a few days you will rebel against me. Rather than taking this kind of risk, I might as well make the first move. The Druids broke out in a cold sweat. Chu Tian saying this, it was like he wanted to fall out with the Druids. Right now, Miracle City was controlled by Chu Tian's family. Not only did he have the gnomes' approval, he also had the support of most of the shaman religion and several tribes. If Chu Tian wanted to kill the Druids, he definitely had the ability to take advantage of Yoda being heavily injured to eliminate the Druids. Vivian, let's go. Vivian released her spatial energy and prepared to leave with Chu Tian. City Lord, wait. The Druids all came over. The Bear Tribe's high priest's expression changed. He knew that he had caused a large disaster. This calm-looking city lord was not an easy person to deal with. I am willing to swear in the name of the Druid god that I will be loyal to Miracle City and not do anything against the Druids. Chu Tian finally raised his hand. He had Vivian stop the spatial transfer. The other Druids knew what to do, so they angrily swore that they would never betray Miracle City. The Druids swore in the name of their god, so this kind of oath was more trustworthy. This city lord doesn't like killing and fighting. Everyone can live a good life. What's wrong with earning money together? Chu Tian shook his head and said, Prophet Yoda is a wise person. Miracle City needs this kind of wise person. Although you have disappointed me, I am still willing to give you a discount, 100,000 source stones. The Druid wanted to cry. Sir City Lord, the Druids don't have any wealth. We really can't take this out. Another Druid priest said, We can slowly repay the source stones, but the prophet's situation cannot be delayed. You're right. Chu Tian patted his head and took out several scrolls. Then we'll make several spiritual contracts. The 100,000 source stones will be the Druid Temple's debt to Miracle City, and I'll give the Druids 3 years to work for Miracle City. This contract needs all the high priests to sign, and as long as they accept the conditions, I will immediately save the prophet. Perhaps it wasn't a sudden idea. These contracts had been prepared a long time ago. If they had a bit of a brain, they would have realized that they had fallen into the City Lord's trap. But did they have a choice? Sign. We'll sign. 100,000 source stones was not a small number, but to save Prophet Yoda, the Druids were willing to pay any price. Under the lead of the Bear Tribe's high priest, all the high priests came forward to sign the contract with Chu Tian. Chu Tian revealed a cunning smile like his plan had succeeded. Once you fall into the trap, can you still run? Chapter 445. Since the Druids admitted defeat, Chu Tian did not make it hard for them. He immediately gave the star marrow pill to Vivian and had Prophet Yoda take it. The Druids were filled with nervousness. Although they had suffered a large loss, as long as Prophet Yoda was cured, the Druids were willing to pay this price. Wasn't it just owing Miracle City 100,000 source stones? This number was not a small number. But with the work of the several hundred Druid priests in the Druid temple, they could repay 10 to 20,000 every year. So they could repay it in 4 or 5 years. Vivian's heart was also a bit nervous. The Druids were not easy to deal with. If Chu Tian ruthlessly slaughtered them and didn't achieve the desired effect, the Druids would rebel again, and Chu Tian's prestige as the city lord would be greatly reduced. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. After Yoda took the star marrow pill, his skinny body slowly recovered a bit of vitality. There was a faint glow of starlight surrounding his body, and it was like rain on a dry land, making his wrinkled skin recover its vitality. It seems like it's effective. The Druids revealed looks of pleasant surprise. This pill seemed mediocre and didn't have any extraordinary abilities, but the effect was so instantaneous. It seemed like the city lord wasn't lying. This was definitely a rare immortal pill. Whether it was the materials used or the method of concoction, they were all impeccable. The prophet is awake. The prophet is awake. The Druids cried out in joy. Yoda had already gradually regained consciousness. Vivian saw the Druids being this happy, and she felt very proud in her heart. Big brother Chu Tian was truly powerful. This dying person was actually revived by a single pill. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Prophet Yoda, how do you feel? Yoda was the spiritual pillar of the Druid religion. Although the Druid religion had several high priests, just the high priest's power alone couldn't stabilize the religion. Once something happened to Yoda, the Druids would split. It wouldn't just be the Druid religion's problem, but rather the entire Miracle City's problem. Chu Tian didn't want Miracle City's conscription to go wrong. Yoda woke up and was stunned for half a second. He was surprised to find that his body had changed. The injuries from my battle with the Lich Dragon have completely recovered, and the old injuries are clearly improving. This is... The Druid was overjoyed. This meant that the prophet would soon be able to recover his full strength. At that time, Yoda would be a peak spirit transformation, true spirit expert. Chu Tian had already expected this. If you take the pill I refined, these minor injuries will naturally heal. But you don't need to thank me too much, because this pill was sold to your Druid temple. It was just a fair trade. After Yoda understood what was going on, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, with Yoda's wisdom, how could he not guess that Miracle City would make a move against the Druids? No matter how magnanimous a ruler was, he wouldn't tolerate a bunch of troublemakers in his territory who didn't listen to him at all. However, Yoda never expected that Chu Tian would actually use this method. 100,000 yuan stones is actually not that much. Chu Tian gave a suggestion. I'm prepared to set up a staff department in Miracle City and have Prophet Yoda be Miracle City's chief staff officer with an annual salary of 10,000 source stones. Are you interested? The Druids were infuriated once again. Chu Tian actually wanted the Druids' great prophet to be his subordinate. This was simply an insult to the Druid religion and the Druid god. Yoda was a bit hesitant. He didn't agree or refuse. I want to remind everyone here that the current Miracle City is no longer the green city of the past. Chu Tian spoke in a calm and dignified manner. The person in charge has changed, and the rules have also changed. I respect the Druid culture, so I can create an autonomous region in the city. However, within my city, all citizens must follow Miracle City's rules. There are no exceptions, and there can be no exceptions. He had already said so much. Could the Druids refuse? Chu Tian was also lenient, giving the Druids enough freedom. Miracle City would not interfere with the Druids' internal affairs, but the Druids had to follow Miracle City's rules. With a city lord like you in Miracle City, the Forest of Chaos will have a new world. Yoda said with an emotional sigh, I agree to the city lord's request. I am willing to use my meager wisdom to help Miracle City prosper. The Druids were all stunned. The noble and mysterious prophet actually agreed to this kind of request. I believe in Prophet Yoda's promise. From today on, Prophet Yoda will be Miracle City's chief of staff and high-ranking scholar. I believe you will not regret your choice today. Chu Tian took a step back and cupped his hands. Since it's like this city lord will not talk anymore. Prophet Yoda has not fully recovered and needs to rest. I will wait for the prophet's arrival in the city lord's castle. Vivian reached out her hand. The two of them disappeared in a spatial vibration. Sir Prophet, the great Druid said with a complicated expression, do we really have to submit to the rule of this human? That's right. We do not need to submit to a human. The Druids are free. How could we be controlled by a human? Submit. How could we submit? Yoda sat down on the platform. I can't see Miracle City's future, but I can say with certainty that this city will undergo an earth-shattering change. The Druids have been wandering around the forest and have never had a true home, so I think we should find a stable place to live in. From today on, the Druids will not only have to follow Miracle City's rules, they will also have to actively enter the world. The great Druid high priests were very shocked. The Druids always had a neutral attitude. Unless their lives were threatened, they would not participate in any disputes. Yoda wanted everyone to actively enter the world. This was completely different from the Druids' teachings. But the Druids never doubted the prophet's words. If Prophet Yoda said this, then it must be reasonable and it would be beneficial to the Druids. These great Druids never doubted the prophet, not to mention the other Druids. Although they were a bit confused, everyone accepted it. Yoda's clear eyes flashed with light before he slowly closed them. Vivian brought Chu Tian to a prairie with a fast-flowing stream and hundreds of flowers blooming. Butterflies flew through the bushes. There were wild deer and rabbits running away, and there were mountains all around that reached into the clouds. How did this look like a city? It was simply a quiet forest park. If they walked forward another 10 miles, they would reach the arena for the recruitment. This kind of city was too spacious and too big. It was almost like a small country. It was enough for humans to build several large cities. Big brother, is that dwarf very strong? Vivian thought about it. When he just woke up, I felt like I didn't have a chance of winning against him. If he recovers his strength, perhaps he would be a spirit transformation expert. Vivian was basically the second strongest expert in Miracle City. At least with the void escaping and the spatial dagger's offensive power, there weren't many Heaven's spirit realm experts that could fight her. But there was nothing she could do if she met a spirit transformation expert. Miracle City still needs a strong enough person to oversee it, not to mention that Yoda has enough wisdom and knowledge. Whether it is managing the city or participating in the laboratory research, he can become an important person. If you do this and make the Druid submit once big sister Meng Qinggu finds out, she will definitely be very happy. The last obstacle in Miracle City had been swept away. From now on, it was time for the city to truly develop. At this time, Chu Tian's communication device rang. It was actually Dolores calling. Chu Tian hadn't seen this coquettish fox girl in several days, and he didn't know where she ran off to. It was said that she was sent out by Meng Qinggu to do something, but it seemed like she had already returned to Miracle City. Let's go to the city lord's castle. Vivian used her spatial energy without saying anything else. Dolores was in the magnificent hall of the city lord's castle, playing with the communication device in her hand. Although she didn't know the principle behind it, the thing Chu Tian made was just too easy to use. No matter where the other party was, she could immediately contact them without any hindrance. There was a spatial fluctuation. Vivian brought Chu Tian back here. Chu Tian looked at the travel-worn Dolores. I haven't seen you in so many days. Where did you run off to? You're still talking? A respected city lord doesn't even know what his subordinates are doing. Dolores helplessly rolled her eyes at him. I've mobilized over 500 clansmen and have already formed a fox caravan, heading off in different directions to open a trade route for Miracle City. The gnome period. This was basically an isolated city. The gnomes were good at studying, but they weren't good at doing business. The city's income came from the taxes of foreign merchants. Now that the master had changed, Miracle Commerce was a business organization, and there was a vice city lord with a merchant background like Meng Qingguo. Naturally, they would use Miracle City's superior location to do business. It was expected that Meng Qingguo would use the fox people to do this. Chu Tian had also considered this before. The fox people were natural merchants. I came back with a city returning scroll to report some matters. Dolores patted her waist where there were 2 scrolls. But speaking of this thing is really easy to use. Nonsense. Do you know how precious a scroll is now? Miracle Commerce only had a few transport scrolls. Although Chu Tian had obtained a large amount of Eyes of the Star, he didn't have time to make them yet. It seemed like Meng Qingguo had given the remaining scrolls to Dolores so that she could report back to the city at any time. Dolores didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "We have already contacted many powerful tribes, towns, and even cities far away. Almost all of them are very interested in our products. This is a good thing, but we've also encountered a problem." Dolores gave a slight sigh. "I came back to discuss this matter, but the Vice City Lord is in closed-door cultivation. Although I'm very unwilling, I can only discuss it with you." "But you're saying it like I'm very willing." Chu Tian found that something was wrong. He first fought the shaman and then the undead, establishing his prestige and image. The young miss had only been here for a few days, and she had already become the center of everyone's attention. The respected city lord had instead become a decoration. Chapter 446. Chu Tian was depressed, but he didn't care about it with his personality. He was happy to be idle anyway. Dolores's Fox Clan caravan had opened a trade route for Miracle City, and they had already obtained some initial results. They had basically settled in the nearby small towns and were negotiating with the local tribes, even trying to establish contact with other forest cities. "We are preparing to build a large-scale Miracle shopping center." Dolores told Chu Tian her idea. "The first batch will be placed in over 20 small towns to test it out. We will be working with over 100 tribes this time, selling Miracle City's products and sharing the forest's resources, creating the largest supermarket in the forest." Miracle shopping center concept? Meng Qingguo had already mentioned it in southern Xia's South Sky City. The Miracle Shopping Center was a large-scale general merchandise platform and a supermarket built by the company. With Miracle Commerce's products as the main product, it would be clearly priced and sold on the shelves, allowing them to be sold in chains all over the country. This platform would also bring in the products of powerful companies from all over the city, making the shopping center more complete and competitive. Meng Qingwu's idea was very far-sighted, and she indeed had a lot of potential. The only mistake was the Miracle Commerce's development speed. Miracle Commerce's rise from South Sky City to jumping out of southern Xia had only taken a year. There were also canned food, magnetic sound machines, source energy weapons, and other products with great potential. The Miracle Shopping Center's development speed couldn't keep up with the company's development speed, so Miracle Commerce's revenue wasn't that large. Therefore, it was quite useless in southern Xia. Meng Qingguo once again mentioned the concept of the forest supermarket. This wasn't just because Miracle Commerce's position wasn't the same as before. Miracle Commerce itself wasn't the same as before. Miracle Commerce's spatial technology had made large progress over the past few months. The Miracle Shopping Center would change in a way that surpassed people's imaginations, becoming the largest supermarket chain in the forest. The Forest of Chaos was this big and rich in resources. Why were the forest races so poor? Why were there so few merchants from outside the forest that came to do business? The main reason was that the forest environment was too complicated and dangerous. There were ferocious aborigines everywhere, and bandits who blocked the road were everywhere. 90% of the powers in the forest followed the dark forest law and did not dare show themselves. Every time the forest merchants came to the forest of chaos to do business, it was a 9 out of 10 gamble. These contradictions affected the development of the forest of chaos, and it was because of these contradictions that Meng Qingguo saw a large opportunity. The Miracle Shopping Center could change this situation. The Miracle Shopping Center was no longer the large physical shopping center of South Sky City. Rather, it was a higher level, more suitable, more convenient, and more flexible existence. It combined the already mature Miracle Commerce communication technology, sound and image transmission, air transportation technology, as well as the beginning, but already beginning to be used, space and spiritual technology. Dolores gave an example. We are prepared to open the virtual shopping centers in 20 small towns, using image transferring mirrors to display products. The important products will be directly tested in spiritual experience stores, and each store will be connected to Miracle City, allowing customers to directly ask questions from a distance. This way, we don't need a large store, and we can have tens of thousands of products. Chu Tian nodded. Sounds good. That's not all. We can use the Miracle Broadcasting Station and the Miracle Television Station to advertise and buy products. For example, we can use the Miracle Shopping Center's hot products, activity products, or the newest products to broadcast or send pictures and videos to various places. It's best if people can buy things without leaving their homes. Vivian was confused hearing this. How will we send things to our customers? This will depend on the spatial technology you're in charge of. Dolores became more excited the more she spoke. Although with Miracle Commerce's current level, we can't open a personal storage warehouse for everyone, but we can collect orders and send them to the various cities and towns. If there is a large order from a tribe, we can use the airship to send it. This way, the risk of encountering us will be almost zero. In doing business in the forest of chaos, risk was always number one. This risk mainly came from the outside world. But with Miracle Commerce's method of doing business, not only was it fast and convenient, there was almost no risk at all. Miracle Commerce didn't just sell their own products, they could also sell products from Southern Xia. The large tribes chose to cooperate with Miracle Commerce, and they sold their products on the Miracle Shopping Center. Not only could they sell it to the various cities and towns in the forest, they could even sell it to countries outside the forest of chaos. When the products were no longer restricted by region, the price would naturally rise and the benefits would be unimaginable. Miracle Commerce's platform would not only create a large amount of value, it would also allow them to take large amounts of resources for themselves. It would also allow the locals of the forest to become rich, allowing the forest of chaos to undergo an earth-shattering change. Vivian's blood boiled hearing this. Just like how Vivian thought of the space warehouse when it was built, this was a large benefit to the elves. For example, the elves' tea leaves, artwork, and various treasures. If they were sold locally, they wouldn't be worth much. But if they were sold to the human empires, they could be sold for over 100 times the price. Didn't the elves not like interacting with the outside world? Now they could ship these things to Miracle City and have Miracle City sell them in the shopping center. At worst, they could just split the profits, and the elves could obtain benefits they didn't even dare believe before. In the future, the elves could use the Miracle Shopping Center to buy products from all over the continent. As long as they paid the money, these goods would be sent from all over the world to the Eternal Forest, to the secret area where the elves lived, allowing the elves' lives to be greatly improved. Too great. Good, it really is good. Chu Tian rubbed his chin in a puzzled voice. What trouble do you have? Miracle Commerce is still too small right now. We don't have enough manpower to send people to build the shopping center. Moreover, as the shopping center becomes larger and larger, our shopping center team will become larger and larger. In the end, we will become bloated and it will be hard to manage. Dolores said with a sigh, "There's another very important thing. Think about it. We've opened such a large market. If we just eat it all by ourselves, wouldn't others be jealous?" Vivian knit her brows. "Then what do we do?" "Vice City Lord Meng Qinggu is preparing to find a regional agent. This will solve this problem very well." Dolores said after a pause, "The small towns have their own agents, the cities have their own agents, and the countries have their own agents. We'll cooperate with the strongest power in the area and let the locals manage the shopping center. Miracle City will provide technical support and management and will split the profits. This way, it will make it easier for the local areas to manage, and it will make everyone rich together. The young miss really has a way. If we find an agent like this, it will make it easier for the local areas to manage, and it will speed up our development. On the surface, it looks like we're giving up some profits, but it will create a more stable, win-win situation." Chu Tian nodded. "Since it's like this, then we'll do it." "Do you think I don't want to?" Dolores rolled her eyes. Vice City Lord Meng Qingwu's plan is meticulous, but there are still some oversights and miscalculations. The large tribes and races in the Forest of Chaos are much poorer than she imagined. Although many people are interested, they don't have enough money to participate. No money? What's there to talk about without money? Chu Tian had a look of misfortune. Could it be Miracle Commerce is going to help them build everything? I came back for this goal. Dolores revealed a strange smile. I was thinking like this. Chu Tian and Vivian were both stunned. Dolores was not a stupid person. She should know how big the investment was. They hadn't even seen the profits yet. Could it be that they were going to spend all their money first? She was Miracle City's chief financial officer. She should know that Miracle City's financial situation was not optimistic. I have an idea. We can use this chance to create another platform. If this platform succeeds in the Forest of Chaos and even on the continent, it won't be any worse than the Miracle Shopping Center. Dolores paused. I've even thought of a name for the platform. It'll be called Miracle Bank. Bank. This was Vivian's first time hearing this term. What is a bank? We'll invest a large amount of money to build a bank, and the bank will lend them money through mortgages, allowing them to complete the initial construction. Dolores said this before adding, "Of course, the bank won't lend money for free. We can set a high interest rate and use this method to earn money." Vivian quickly thought of the key point. What if they don't return the money they borrow? The forest races are actually not truly poor. Their tribes have accumulated treasures from generation to generation. They only lack primordial stones and certain resources that they need. Our loans have mortgages, so if the tribes want to borrow money from us, they have to put up a mortgage. Dolores added after saying this, "In the future, when Miracle City has enough reputation, we can expand our business even further. The forest races have money, and it's not safe to keep large amounts of money in their tribes, so they can store it in the bank. Not only will we not charge them a storage fee, we'll even give them a certain amount of interest. We'll use the bank's money to pay a mortgage, using money to make money, creating an endless cycle." Good. Chu Tian was very excited. Very good. Dolores did not disappoint Chu Tian, actually thinking of this method. This fellow was destined to be recorded in history. She would become the founding ancestor of the continent's financial world. This is a detailed plan. Dolores gave a scroll to Chu Tian. I hope that the bank can open as soon as possible, giving Miracle City and Miracle Commerce a stronger motivation. Chapter 447. Miracle Bank's future was limitless. Not only would it increase Miracle City's influence in the future, it would allow Miracle City to control the economy of the entire forest, finally becoming the continent's business and financial center. Coming back to the modern world from the future allowed Chu Tian to have incomparably advanced knowledge. Therefore, he could clearly understand that Miracle Bank had great potential. If this idea came from Chu Tian's head, it wouldn't be strange at all. Dolores was a native that grew up in the forest, so for her to think of this was a very incredible matter. Chu Tian asked, How much money do you think is appropriate to take from the company's treasury? Dolores decisively replied, "All of it." "All of it?" "That's right." Dolores said in a very confident voice, "The Miracle Shopping Center has just started, so it will only be a trial with 20 small towns and a few large tribes. But I think the amount of loans won't be small. But after these powers borrow Source Stones, they will have to buy equipment, materials, technology, and agent fees from the company. They will also have to pay maintenance and technicians. So most of the Source Stones will flow back to Miracle City. Miracle Bank's Source Stones will circulate once and then flow back into Miracle City's pockets." Vivian was a bit confused. "We've opened our business, sold our products, increased our influence, and developed the Miracle Shopping Center and the bank, but in the end, we've obtained a large amount of debt. We've eaten up all the benefits. How could there be this kind of good thing in this world?" Dolores blinked. "This is just this kind of good thing." Truly a large merchant, the cunning of the Fox clan was vividly displayed. With this Fox clan merchant team in Miracle City, how could they worry about not being able to make a lot of money in the future? After a few days, the young Miss, Inying, and Nangong had all smoothly broken through. Their starlight immortal bodies had reached the large success realm, and they had broken through to the true spirit realm. When Meng Qinggu came out, she learned that Dolores was planning to build Miracle Bank. This made Meng Qinggu very surprised, but with her outstanding mind and intelligence, she instantly understood the benefits. Not simple, truly not simple. This Fox clan woman was indeed a talent that could handle things alone. On the other hand, Miracle City's conscription was coming to an end. Chu Tian was the city lord and the one who started the conscription, so of course he had to personally take a look. The people in charge of the recruitment were Dongfeng Haoren and Qin Bingyu. These two had low-key personalities, so they weren't very active in the upper echelons of miracle commerce. However, they were very direct and efficient, so the recruitment had been completed without any problems. Of course, their contributions could not go unnoticed. 30,000 natives of the forest who had gone through layers of selection were standing neatly on the empty ground. They were arranged according to their size and race. Although their clothes and weapons were different, they already looked like a military unit. Not only were there recruits from Miracle City, the various tribes gathered around to join in the fun. This kind of scene was rarely seen in the forest. This was the first regular army in the Forest of Chaos and the first batch of professional soldiers. "Sister Bing, Haoren, you've worked hard." Before Chu Tian went on stage, he shook hands with the two of them. Qin Bingyu's style didn't change at all, always wearing a black mask and keeping a low profile. Dongfeng Haoren was different. Dongfeng Haoren's tall and strong body was covered in armor, looking like a veteran general on the battlefield. This made Chu Tian feel very satisfied. Dongfeng Haoren had grown very quickly in this period of time, so Chu Tian wanted to train him into a general of Miracle City's army. "I believe that the soldiers participating in Miracle City's conscription are the strongest and most elite warriors of the forest." Chu Tian took a loudspeaker and went on stage. "You are all elites picked out of 10. You are all warriors among warriors. Miracle City is in need of people, so we welcome you to become Miracle City's glorious soldiers." The eyes of the 30,000 recruits revealed looks of pride. The soldiers here had fought countless battles in the virtual arena, and they had passed a series of tests before finally becoming Miracle City's soldiers. For them to be able to stand here, it was the pride of a soldier. Not to mention that becoming a Miracle City soldier not only meant finding a good job for themselves, it also meant gaining quite a bit of glory and benefits for their tribes. I can clearly tell everyone that from the moment you chose Miracle City, you will welcome a different life. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Everyone will have a fair starting point. Wealth, power, and glory, it is inexhaustible. Chu Tian gave a passionate shout. "From today onwards, we will carry the glory of Miracle City and fight for Miracle City. Let us create Miracle City's glory together." Roar, roar, roar. The recruits all roared out. The tribes of the forest were simple-minded, therefore it didn't take much brain power to lead this kind of army. As long as they were treated well, as long as they were given enough respect, as long as they were given a future they could look forward to, there would be many soldiers willing to work for Miracle City. Other than that, this city lord will use this chance to announce a large matter, Chu Tian loudly shouted. In order to give Miracle City's citizens better benefits, Miracle Commerce will establish Miracle Bank and open a savings account for the citizens. Every idle source stone in the hands of a Miracle City citizen can be used to open a savings account in Miracle City. You can deposit and withdraw as you wish. There are no restrictions. We will provide the safest financial protection for the citizens, and not only will we not charge any fees, we will also give interest to the citizens. 1% interest for a full month, 8% interest for half a year, and 20% interest for a full year. The Miracle City people were stunned. They all had strange expressions as they whispered in each other's ears. More and more source stones could be stored? This was just too incredible. A full year's interest was 20%. If 100 source stones were stored for a year, wouldn't it become 120 source stones? The gnomes had very long lifespans. If they stored source stones in Miracle Bank for 50 to 100 years, how much wealth would it become with the annual interest? Chu Tian chose to announce the establishment of Miracle Bank at the recruit ceremony to attract more people's attention. Miracle Bank's savings account was only open to citizens for now. This was mainly because Chu Tian was clear that Miracle Commerce's influence wasn't enough. Why would the forest locals and outside powers believe him? Not to mention that the forest of chaos would suddenly change. If Miracle City was destroyed one day, where would these people's wealth go? So Miracle Bank's savings account was a kind of welfare, opening it to the official citizens of Miracle City. When the time was right, they would expand it. But it was clear that even in Miracle City, most people didn't believe it. How could there be such an incredible matter? Miracle Commerce would take care of the source stones, and the source stones could be multiplied with interest, producing even more source stones? The results of Miracle Bank's opening were not good. Chu Tian used his status as the city lord to promote it and used Miracle Commerce's strength as a guarantee. He also showed the citizens that the space warehouse was safe and convenient, but the citizens maintained a wait-and-see attitude and had no interest. Chu Tian was very depressed. This was not a good sign. Although haste makes waste for this kind of business, and he had to take it slow. If everyone didn't have confidence in Miracle City and Chu Tian, how would they develop in the future? Chu Tian discussed it with Meng Qinggu and Dolores. Who cares? They would start lending in the forest first. Dolores led the fox race merchants around to negotiate. Finally, several strong local powers decided to use treasures of enough value as collateral, taking out a large amount of source stones from Miracle Bank to start a big business. Miracle Bank was 100% a high-interest loan. The treasures the locals used as collateral were valued at the market price of the forest, which was around double the value of the loan. The annual interest on the loan was 100%. Even like this, when the leaders appeared, the other tribes and large locals followed suit and were all willing to accept this harsh loan. This was because they understood that if they didn't take the loan, someone else would. If they didn't grasp this kind of good opportunity and someone else took it, it would be too late to regret it later. The worst result was that they couldn't repay the loan and would have to pay the bank the treasures in the space warehouse. Miracle Bank's successful loans gradually increased, and Meng Qinggu and Dolores began to have headaches. This was troublesome. They didn't have enough source stones. These people were more enthusiastic about taking loans than they imagined. The treasures of the tribes were like trash. They all rushed to use them as collateral. These things were valued high in the forest market, so if Miracle Commerce shipped them out, wouldn't it be worth several times more? Therefore, no matter if the locals could repay the loan or not, this business was not a loss for Miracle Commerce. Moreover, giving the source stones to the locals would quickly improve the business system around Miracle City. The one who would benefit in the end would be Miracle City, so of course the company would do their best to lend. Meng Qingguo tightly knit her brows. How many source stones do we have left? There's only 10,000 left. Dolores's face was filled with worry. We've already stepped on the red line. If we keep taking loans, the city's operations will be in danger and the gnome's research base will be affected. But there are several important areas that haven't received loans yet. The gnome Great Elder Clark requests an audience. Clark? Invite him in. Clark brought several clansmen with him, carrying several boxes as he walked in. Meng Qingguo looked at the gnomes in a puzzled manner. Elder Clark, you are... The gnome Great Elder Clark waved his hand, and the gnome priests immediately opened the boxes, revealing large amounts of source stones in front of them. These 50,000 source stones are the source stones the gnomes haven't used for a long time. I'm prepared to deposit them in Miracle Bank for a year in the name of the gnomes. Meng Qingguo and Dolores were surprised before being filled with joy. This was truly an unexpected, pleasant surprise. The gnomes would provide this large deposit, providing a large amount of support for Miracle Bank. Clark was not stupid. The gnomes would do this because the gnomes and Miracle City's benefits were linked. If Miracle City became prosperous, they would also benefit. The other reason was that the gnomes had seen Miracle Bank's stable profit model, so they had enough confidence in Miracle Bank. Miracle Bank's appearance would not only earn large amounts of money for Miracle City, it would also be a catalyst for the development of the entire area. Finally, Meng Qingguo signed a special agreement with Clark. The monthly and half-year interest on these 50,000 source stones were eliminated. As long as they were deposited for a year, they would provide 40% interest. To encourage and support the gnomes, they would double the interest. The gnomes were also very happy. A year wasn't considered much to the gnomes. 50,000 source stones in Miracle Bank would double in value in a year. This was something they didn't even dare think about in the past. The matter of the gnomes having a large deposit in Miracle Bank was immediately spread through Miracle Commerce's channels in Miracle City. This caused a large stir, and there were many powers and individuals that came to deposit, making the stagnant deposit business become more active. Miracle Bank obtained enough capital, continuing to lend and invest in the forest, while Miracle Bank was becoming more prosperous. At this time, there was a piece of news that came from Southern Xia that made Chu Tian pay attention to it. Chapter 448. The Southern Summer Central State Laboratory had a piece of exciting news. The source energy computer had made a breakthrough. This was the most exciting thing for Chu Tian recently. Miracle Commerce had experienced several breakthroughs in its development over the past year, creating the source energy weapons, the space warehouse, and the spiritual world. Now, whether it was technology or production, it was facing a bottleneck. With Chu Tian's knowledge in this era, he could only use the crudest method to realize a part of it before falling into a stagnant state. Now that the source energy computer had been successfully developed, it would instantly break the current ceiling and increase the potential of Miracle Commerce by a large amount. So it could be said that this was a very important matter. The source energy matrix is not stable, so we can't move it for now. What do you plan on doing? Meng Qingguo had participated in the source energy computer research before. Although she didn't know what use the source energy computer had, the source energy computer project could be said to be the project that took the longest time in Miracle Commerce. This was also one of the projects that Chu Tian had prepared the earliest. This complicated, troublesome, and strenuous project, if it wasn't worth it, Chu Tian would never do it. Young miss, go to the gnome's laboratory. I want to borrow their remaining spatial crystals. Chu Tian made his decision. Nangong will contact Yun Tianhe and Gu Qianqiu. I will send the blueprints and materials for the transport tower to the warehouse and have them prepare it in Central State City. Vivian will personally make a trip there and reach Central State as soon as possible. She will build the transport tower for Southern Xia, making it easier for me to go there. All right, the transport tower was very convenient. Once there was a transport tower, the two places would be very close and they could teleport at any time. However, the transport tower not only needed the incomparably precious eyes of the star, it also needed large amounts of spatial materials. Miracle Commerce didn't have many of these rare materials, and even the gnomes didn't have many in their several hundred years of storage. When Miracle City's transport tower was built, Chu Tian had already used most of the gnome's spatial attributed materials. Now that he was in a rush to build the second transport tower, Chu Tian had no choice but to borrow the gnome's spatial crystals. If these things were left in the hands of the gnomes, they would at most be used to make some storage equipment. It would be better to lend them to Chu Tian, and Chu Tian would just give them a space warehouse in the future. Everyone immediately began to carry out the order. Not good. Meng Inying hurriedly ran in. The forest tribe is causing trouble in the city. Their leader is Arnold. We don't know how to deal with them. Quickly go and take a look. What were these guys doing? Under the Miracle Castle, several chiefs brought a large group of people to protest. The newly recruited guards of the city, Lord's Castle, were in a dilemma. On one hand, many of these people were from their tribes, so it wasn't good to directly fall out with them. Arnold, you King dare to rebel? Arnold saw the angry Chu Tian and immediately shrunk his neck. He never thought that he would draw out Chu Tian. After hesitating for a few seconds, he loudly said, "We are not rebelling, we are only fighting for our legal rights. We want to see Miracle Bank's chairman." Miracle Bank was established, and Meng Qingguo was the chairman, and Dolores was the vice chairman. Arnold and the others did not want to see Meng Qingguo. Rather, they wanted to ask Dolores for an explanation. "Why do you want to see her?" "Because that seductive fox Dolores is unfair." Arnold's large nostrils released steam. He looked very angry. Recently, she has been giving large amounts of primeval stones from the bank to the people outside, but she is not willing to lend us a single primeval stone. Why is that? It's just because we had some grudges before. This is clearly using her position to take revenge. We don't accept this. That's right. Outsiders can borrow money from the bank, but we can't. Our tribe will send out 500 elites to become Miracle City's regular soldiers. The chiefs were all filled with excitement, like they had suffered a large loss. This made Chu Tian feel like his head was about to explode. The so-called not worrying about scarcity, but worrying about inequality. Before miracle banking was established, everyone didn't think much of it. But now that miracle banking was established, several tens of thousands of source stones were used to lend money, but they were all sent to distant tribes and small towns. These locals tried to apply, but they were all rejected. The brains of the forest natives weren't that good, so Dolores's attitude was immediately suspected of having ulterior motives. They remembered that the Fox clan would often clash with the nearby Minotaurs and Tiger people, so they naturally thought that Dolores was abusing her position to take revenge. They didn't know the city lord was in trouble. Actually, it wasn't just the locals that were complaining. Even the citizens were feeling dissatisfied. For example, Chu Tian had recruited large amounts of elites from the forest to form an army, giving them special treatment and giving them stable positions. On the other hand, the citizens didn't receive the same treatment, so there were many gnomes that were dissatisfied with the city lord. Could this be blamed on Dolores and Chu Tian? The surrounding tribes were born around Miracle City, so they were all in the same sphere of influence. Dolores' large amounts of loans was not only to develop the bank, but also to create a larger commercial area, allowing the Miracle Shopping Center to cover a part of the area. Chu Tian's conscription was to stabilize the surrounding tribes and locals, letting everyone have a stable life. He also gave the locals large amounts of jobs to stabilize their lives, which was beneficial to the development of the area. But facing the dissatisfaction of the citizens, Chu Tian could only announce a large conscription. The citizens had to make up a certain proportion of the conscripted soldiers. Chu Tian asked, "What are you taking loans for?" "What else can we do?" Arnold confidently said. The new area is about to open. We need to save money to fight the evil dragon. There have been more and more advertisements recently, and we can see the evil dragon's abilities. It doesn't seem like a fellow that is easy to deal with, so what's wrong with preparing a bit more source stones? Did the locals only pursue this much? Chu Tian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he think they needed source stones for? Chu Tian asked, "Do you know that loans need to be mortgaged? Miracle Bank will give out source stones with interest, and if you can't pay it back, the item will be confiscated. Isn't it just mortgaging? We can take it out," several rich tribes said without any hesitation. "We're not afraid, we just want source stones." These locals had to take out a loan. "Everyone, please listen to me." Chu Tian knit his brows and thought about it. Then he suddenly said, "Miracle Bank was not created to earn a large sum of money. Rather, it was created to promote the development of the forest. The source stones we give out are not just to earn interest, but also to increase the value of the source stones in the forest, creating a win-win situation for the entire forest. Not only do we lend out source stones, we also need to ensure that the lender receives more benefits. Otherwise, wouldn't this loan be a blood-sucking method?" The locals were confused. "What do you mean?" "My meaning is that if you want to apply for a loan from Miracle Bank, then you have to take action. We only encourage business loans at this stage. We don't support personal loans or tribe loans for pleasure." Arnold had an unhappy expression. "The Minotaurs don't know how to do business." "Who said you have to do business to start a business?" Chu Tian clapped his hands. "Ying map?" Meng Ying quickly opened a large forest map. Chu Tian stood in front of the large map and pointed at the Minotaur Valley as he said, "The Minotaur Valley is rich in deposits, and the Minotaurs are strong. So why don't they make a mine? Miracle City will welcome a period of rapid development, and not only will the ore sell well, the price will also increase. Isn't this a business opportunity? The Minotaurs can use the ore as an excuse to bring in Miracle Commerce's investment. We can make a Minotaur mine together, and wouldn't the Minotaurs have an endless source of income like this?" Arnold felt this was reasonable. Borrowing money wasn't a long-term plan. The Minotaurs were already so poor that they only had their underwear left, so they would only become poorer the more they borrowed, never having a day to turn around. It was better to teach a man to fish than to fish. Miracle Commerce would work with the Minotaurs to make a mine. Miracle Commerce would provide transportation, mining tools, various technologies, and sales channels. The Minotaurs would only need to be in charge of mining and refining, so they would have a large income in the future. Chu Tian pointed at another area and said, "There is a very rare wood near this ogre tribe. This wood itself is a level 3 material, and the entire forest is filled with it. You really don't know the treasure in front of you. We can also work with the ogres to make a lumberyard. This place is suitable for farming. This place is suitable for farming." The center of the forest of chaos was rich in resources. Even if Chu Tian randomly dug a hole, he could find a crystal mine that could be mined for 50 years. The rich resources were enough to make the entire forest rich. "Look, this forest is rich in resources. There are treasures everywhere. Why do you need to worry about a few source stones in the bank?" Chu Tian pointed out a large area on the map. "I plan to open a forest industrial park here, and the various tribes can invest with Miracle Commerce. Those with money will contribute money. Those with power will contribute labor. Those with technology will contribute technology. Those with resources will contribute resources. And those with channels will contribute channels. We will all split the profits, and everyone will become rich together. So why do we need to harm each other over a small matter?" Right. The locals were all excited. Miracle Commerce's space warehouse was no longer a secret. With the rich local resources and Miracle Commerce's channels, it was enough for everyone to become rich, no longer needing to worry about things like famine. Chu Tian spoke for a long time until his saliva was almost dry, finally convincing the locals to leave. He had only provided a preliminary idea, As for the specific plan, it was the young Miss Business. This was something Chu Tian would not worry about at all. The forest was still very chaotic. The citizens, locals, and various powers were all mixed together. Only a patient and wise manager like the young miss would be able to organize everything. Chu Tian was afraid anyway. Chu Tian, you're truly amazing. Actually tricking these barbaric and unreasonable fellows. Tricking? Is this called tricking? Chu Tian rolled his eyes. If we want the area to be stable, we can only make everyone rich. This is something we have to do sooner or later. It's not just talk. I really don't know what Miracle City will become in the future. Mang Yingying looked at the silent and empty area with an emotional sigh. Vivian will need a few days to go to southern Xia to build the transport tower. Do you have any other plans? Of course, we can't just directly go to southern Xia. We need to go to a place to collect some things before we go back. Chapter 449. The basin where they fought the Lich Dragon had already been sealed by the gnomes. Although the earth-shattering battle had passed for a while, the entire area was still covered in a thick death aura. Several dozen miles of vegetation had withered, and there were still undead wandering around. Whether it was Miracle City or the locals of other places, they were not interested in this place at all. The gnome Great Elder Clark had brought people in to dig, finally finding a space filled with strong death energy. This should be an ancient, undead ruin. The Lich had built the altar and array on top of the ruins, gathering the death energy that had been brewing for tens of thousands of years, finally condensing it into a terrifying energy that could destroy the entire city. If it wasn't for Chu Tian stopping them in time, Miracle City would have already turned into a death zone. Chu Tian brought Yingying, the little fox, the 18 divine servants, and the 10 Fox Clan priests into the ruins. Everyone be careful. Chu Tian turned around and made a gesture. He looked into the deep underground space and said, "This place is filled with all kinds of dangerous undead." The Fox Clan priests were all confused. Why did Chu Tian come here for no reason? Then again, he didn't lack experts by his side. So why did he choose the demonic god religion's priests? The demonic god religion's priests were not strong in battle, so the Fox Clan's main value to Miracle City was beast taming and business. Damn, why does this place look so dark? Mang Yingying followed Chu Tian into the underground world. She felt her body turn cold, like there was ice water pouring into her pores. There are rotten bones all over the ground. It's just like a large tomb. What are you doing here? Are there hidden treasures here? Chu Tian revealed a laugh. Take a guess. Mang Yingying gave a snort. Clark had already brought people to explore the undead ruins. But because it was very dangerous and the negative energy was too strong, the team had to leave after entering a bit, so they didn't have much information to gather. Chu Tian was walking at the front with his sword drawn. The little fox was lying on his shoulder, sucking in large mouthfuls of energy. The death energy around them was sucked away, relieving the pressure on them. The entire underground world was like a huge ancient tomb. The skeletons of the ancient creatures, under some kind of powerful force, actually formed spiraling bone pillars. It was these pillars that firmly supported the space. Chu Tian keenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation. The entire ruin was not simply supported by a physical structure. It had formed some kind of profound and powerful energy field that enveloped the entire tomb. That was why it had not been damaged even after tens of millions of years. Even though the battle in the basin was extremely fierce, this place did not collapse in the slightest. Hey, when the time comes, you tell me, what exactly is in this broken place? Mang Yingying did not finish her words when her eyes suddenly widened and her snow-white teeth chattered. Ghost, ghost, so many ghosts have appeared! The dozen or so people had just walked to a relatively spacious and flat area. There were spiraling bone pillars all around them, just like naturally formed stalactites rising from the ground. Only these bone pillars had large amounts of terrifying skulls embedded in them. At this moment, the skulls released a smoke-like energy. This energy quickly gathered in the air and quickly formed a fierce-looking ghost source spirit. There were many of them, and in the blink of an eye, there were several hundred of them. The dozen people were completely surrounded. The various ancient creature skeletons piled up all around them began to tremble. Hua! A bone arm reached out. Meng Yingying's slender leg was grabbed. She who was already frightened gave a sharp cry as she quickly kicked out. Meng Yingying's battle strength was not high, but she was still a true spirit cultivator. True spirit cultivator spirit energy erupted and the bones were instantly shattered. Meng Yingying was still in shock as she found that the place where the bones touched her was smoking. It was a good thing she had the starlight immortal body to protect her. Otherwise, with this kind of strong death energy entering her body, her leg would have been mostly crippled. Hua la la! The entire world turned into a sea of bones. Countless strange skeletons slowly crawled out. There were so many of them that it was hard to imagine. There were quite a few complete ancient beast skeletons, and their bodies released an aura that was not inferior to a level 3 demon beast. Meng Yingying was scared silly. Run. Run your head. Chu Tian directly knocked her head. Truly useless. Don't tell others that you're with me in the future. Meng Yingying was very unconvinced. There were over 1,000 undead monsters awakened this time. These undead monsters had been sleeping in this tomb for who knows how long, and they were all very strong now. There were even some that were not inferior to true spirit experts. Meng Yingying was raised by Chu Tian, and she had never participated in any battles before. Although her cultivation was high, she was actually pitifully weak. How could she have seen this kind of scene before? Chu Tian patted the little fox. Let's go. The little fox immediately moved. Its figure flickered, and in an instant it passed over the strongest undead monsters. Although the little fox's body looked like a normal little thing to them, it was like a bullet hitting its prey. These strong undead monsters collapsed with a single touch. They were monsters without intelligence in the end. The little fox could easily swallow their soul flames. Chu Tian waved his hand, and the demonic god priests began to summon. Several dozen summoned beasts surrounded them, and the divine servants formed a barrier to block the attacks of these undead monsters. A skeleton bird quickly charged over. The divine servants shattered it with a single punch. Meng Yingying was stunned. When did these things become this strong? Nonsense. How could the puppets I refined be ordinary? Chu Tian gave an order to the demonic god priests. Do you see these undead souls? I need large amounts of these spiritual bodies. If you help me collect more, this city, Lord, will greatly reward you. The Fox Clan priests finally understood. It was no wonder Chu Tian would find the demonic god priests. Chu Tian's main goal in coming here was actually to collect these undead spirits. In the entire Miracle City, only the demonic god religion was proficient in preserving souls. This was the basis of their summoning techniques. The little fox completely suppressed the strongest undead. The summoned beasts, Chu Tian and Meng Yingying, blocked the other undead, and the demonic god priests took out bottles filled with strange runes. They used some unknown demonic technique to suck in the undead spirits. Meng Yingying wasn't afraid after getting used to it. Although there were countless undead monsters, they couldn't do anything to them for now. Not to mention that they had city return scrolls, so they didn't need to worry about their safety at all. She asked in a strange voice, "Why are you collecting so many spirits?" "Don't ask so much. Just work properly." The undead monsters in this place seemed like they could never be killed. After fighting for an entire half an hour, not only did the undead around them not decrease, there were even more of them. "City Lord, the soul-sealing bottles are already full. We can't store any more." The bottles in the demonic god priest's hands were filled with purple soul energy. They kept hitting the walls of the bottles, as if they would shatter the bottles at any moment. "Enough, let's retreat." Chu Tian led everyone and began to retreat. However, before they left this strange tomb, he cast a glance into the distance. His gaze revealed a look of contemplation. This place was clearly not formed naturally. It was probably a place set up by an ancient powerhouse. So, what exactly was sealed here? It wasn't time yet. Now wasn't the time. Since the ruins weren't far from Miracle City, it wouldn't be too late to explore them in the future. When Chu Tian returned to the city, it was already dark. This trip's harvest wasn't bad. There were over 100 spirits sealed in the soul-sealing bottles that weren't weak. He directly brought these things to the laboratory. The gnomes were very surprised by Chu Tian's sudden rebellion. Clark asked in a curious voice, "City Lord, is this appropriate?" Chu Tian directly threw a blueprint to him. "Don't ask so much. Go prepare it immediately." The gnomes didn't dare be careless and immediately went to work. Mang Yingying looked at Chu Tian. "What medicine are you selling in your gourd?" "Ask less and look more. How can you talk so much?" "I'm too talkative, annoying you to death." "Take a hit." Yingying's round but was slapped. Mang Yingying angrily chased after him, but she was taken down by the divine servants in just 2-3 moves. How could she fight Chu Tian? She could only angrily say some words. She would call her good sisters Nan Gong-yin and Vivian over, and the 3 of them would beat him together. He really was a fool. Nan Gong-yin and Vivian were indeed good at fighting, but the 2 of them worshipped Chu Tian like he was a god, so they didn't dare make a move against Chu Tian. While the 2 of them were bickering, the gnomes were already prepared. Clark stared at the source energy array on the ground. It was releasing a purple glow and was made up of several arrays. If his guess wasn't wrong, this was a soul-attributed array. Who had seen a soul-attributed array in this era before? The gnomes were all curious as they came over. A soul-sealing bottle was placed in the center of the array. With a PU sound, the bottle cap flew up. A dozen or so evil spirits rushed out, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Chu Tian calmly said, "Activate the array." The gnome priest quickly activated the array, and the evil spirits were covered in light, immediately letting out sharp screams. These spirits were naturally formed vengeful spirits, so their resentment, hatred, and killing intent were too strong. Chu Tian's array could purify them one by one without killing them. Clark was very shocked. Resentment and hatred were the source of resentment, so they were good at spiritual attacks. If the negative energy was purified, in theory, it would be impossible for them to form a body. Chu Tian purified the evil spirits and kept them in their pure spiritual form. This was inconceivable. Of course, after being purified, they didn't have any energy left, leaving behind an empty shell of a spiritual body. These spirits are already in a stable state without any attacks because they are made of soul energy and spiritual energy. These 2 things are the foundation of thinking. Chu Tian said this while making a few wrinkles. As long as we modify these spirits, they can obtain simple thinking abilities. This is the simplest form of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 450. Artificial intelligence was a very advanced concept. It would be strange if primitive people like Clark and Mang Yingying could understand it. Artificial intelligence was artificial intelligence. This kind of thing could not be considered a life form, nor could it be considered an undead. It was just a tool that could think. Since it had intelligence, it could think. Since it could think, it could learn. Since it could learn, it could progress. This was the difference between an artificial intelligence and a normal puppet. Because the spiritual body's level isn't high enough, it can only form basic intelligence. Chu Tian said to the several artificial intelligence that had already been modified, although these spiritual bodies have intelligence, they can't form their own consciousness. Therefore, they are an excellent, intelligent tool. They will never be tired, annoyed, or afraid. In the future, they can be mass-produced and used in many different fields, which will greatly increase our efficiency. The gnomes were deeply shocked. Artificial intelligence could control most knowledge through self-learning. so it was hard to imagine their future potential. Whether it was city management or laboratory research, artificial intelligence could occupy a very important position. This was because artificial intelligence was an existence with no emotions but intelligence. They knew how to think, but they didn't have any consciousness. They were absolutely fair, absolutely calm, and absolutely observable. They really never would have thought. Chu Tian had casually created such an incredible thing. Meng Yingying didn't think too much about it, but she knew that with tens of thousands of artificial intelligence, there would be tens of thousands of scholars who wouldn't get tired and would always be working. The Yun sect's research efficiency would be greatly increased. Clark quickly asked, "Sir City Lord, can you prepare a batch of these artificial intelligence for the research base?" This kind of low-level artificial intelligence is very easy to produce. With the millions of departed spirits in the death ruins, it isn't a problem for us to produce as many as we want. Chu Tian said this before shaking his head. The biggest problem is how to train them. Although the artificial intelligence will never get tired, this kind of low-level intelligent body's intelligence is limited, so their learning speed is very slow. If we want them to learn how to speak and learn other skills, it would take at least 5-8 years. If we want them to have enough knowledge, it would take several decades or even 100 years. The gnomes disagreed. Half-elves had a lifespan of a few hundred years, but spirit bodies had an unlimited lifespan. If a group of spirit bodies could be raised from scratch and passed down from generation to generation, after a few thousand years, each of these fellows would become a top-notch master. Of course, Chu Tian knew what they were thinking. Even though the theory of artificial intelligence can exist forever, the memory space of an artificial intelligence is limited. This kind of low-level artificial intelligence can only learn to speak and communicate daily. At most, they can master some basic knowledge. When their memory space is filled, they can no longer improve. There's a growth limit. Clark frowned. Then what should we do? If it was just ordinary daily communication and assistant work, it would at most free up a lot of manual labor and unskilled brain work. The invention of artificial intelligence could save people a lot of trouble, but there was no way to create more value. There are 2 ways to change it. The first is to create a more advanced artificial intelligence. Chu Tian tossed something to Clark. Here, purify this thing first. That's the soul fire of a lich. Clark recognized it with a single glance. This was the lich's soul fire found in the remains of the lich dragon after Chu Tian fought with it. It contained all of the lich's memories and wisdom. Clark was very curious why Chu Tian kept it, but now Clark finally understood. This soul fire could also be used to create an artificial intelligence. The soul fire needed a carrier. Chu Tian disassembled 10 spirits and used an array to refine them into one. Then he purified the lich's soul fire. Although this lich had lived for over 2,000 years, it had already lost the ability to feel anything. However, its consciousness had not been completely eliminated. Chu Tian did not need an artificial intelligence that still had its own consciousness. Combine. The lich's soul fire was poured into the new body. The spirit body's appearance immediately changed, turning into the lich's appearance from before. A large robe covered its body, and a pair of glowing red eyes could be seen from within the hood. However, unlike the lich from before, this was a specter in the form of a spirit. The lich's power had completely disappeared, but its memories and intelligence remained. From today onwards, your name will be Zero. Understood, Sir City Lord. There was a fluctuation around Zero, and the sound of the air vibrating was transmitted to everyone's ears. This voice was very mechanical, without any emotions or consciousness at all. This was completely different from the spirit body he had just created. This was a high-level artificial intelligence, whether it was its current knowledge or future learning potential. It was not something a low-level artificial intelligence could compare to. Chu Tian asked, "Clark, what do you think?" "This is truly a wonderful technology." Clark's words were not false. He never would have dreamed that Chu Tian would turn the lich into an intelligent puppet. From now on, the lich's 2,000 years of accumulated wisdom and memories could all be used by Chu Tian, only Sir City Lord. This kind of artificial intelligence is very hard to make. What is the City Lord's second method? The second method. Chu Tian deliberately dragged out his voice. That is to use the artificial intelligence as the core of the computer and implant it into the super source energy computer. Even if it is a low-level artificial intelligence, as long as it is combined with the source energy computer's powerful calculation, storage, and analysis abilities, it will become an unimaginable existence. The gnomes were stunned. What was Sir City Lord saying? Why couldn't they understand at all? At this time, Vivian used the communication device to contact Chu Tian. She told Chu Tian that she had arrived in southern Xia's central state and that the transport tower was currently being constructed. It would only take half a day before it could be used. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. I'm too lazy to explain. It's better to see it with my own eyes than to say it. Clark, come with me to southern Xia. Sir City Lord. What did you say? Clark has lived in the forest for 380 years and has never left the forest before. He never thought he would leave the forest one day because the forest of chaos is just too big. There are enough resources and space inside, enough for the gnomes to live and reproduce. Go to southern Xia? A human country? That's right. Vice City Lord Vivian has already prepared transport towers. It won't take long to connect the two sides. Clark never dreamed that he would be able to leave the forest of chaos one day and head to a human country. When Vivian finished building the transport tower in Central State City, Chu Tian brought a large group of people to Miracle City's transport tower. He first tested the other side's spatial coordinates and confirmed that the transport could be completed. Chu Tian did not waste time. Everyone prepare yourselves. The spatial journey is about to begin. As soon as his voice fell, Chu Tian activated the transport array. The space began to slightly tremble as invisible energy quickly gathered, condensing into a hard-to-see spatial force field. When the spatial structure began to change, the elements in the air were pushed away, finally releasing a dazzling white light. It was unknown how long it had been since he had experienced this feeling. When Chu Tian lived in the future, 30,000 years in the future, there were transport towers and spatial gates everywhere. He even needed to use one to pee. So after transmigrating to this era, these things were especially precious. The light disappeared. Chu Tian's surroundings completely changed. There were no more green mountains, no more waterfalls, no more forests, and what replaced it was a large human-style palace. Yun, Tianhe, Gu Qianqiu, the countless Yun sect scholars, as well as the Southern Summer King, Xin Fengho, the Golden Arrow Marquis, and the others, they were all gathered here, witnessing this miracle together. Success! Gu Qianqiu and Yun Tianhe roared out. Each scholar began to cheer. The Southern Summer King, Shen Fengho, the Golden Arrow Marquis, and the others were all filled with excitement. When Chu Tian was transported over, they didn't dare believe this was real. How could there be such a magical technique in this world? Now they were told that there was nothing impossible in this world. At least it was like this for Chu Tian. Greetings to the country guarding ruler. Greetings to the country guarding ruler. Greetings to the Cloud Dream Marquis. A white light flashed around Chu Tian. Meng Qingguo, Meng Yingying, and Nan Gongyan, these people that had been separated for a long time, all returned to southern Xia. These people were simply legends of southern Xia. Especially Chu Tian, he was simply like a god. All of southern Xia worshipped him, and his status was not inferior to the southern Summer Kings. Chu Tian walked over with a smile. Everyone, long time no see. Greetings to the Southern Summer King. The Southern Summer King gave a bitter laugh, not knowing what to say. The white light flashed again. Clark was transported over. When everyone saw him, They all revealed shocked expressions. The gnomes rarely came in contact with humans, and this was a race that had only been seen in books. They never thought that they would see one in front of them, but compared to the humans' shock, Clark's brain had simply short-circuited. When he appeared in the royal palace of Southern Xia, when he saw the various humans around him, when he felt the different environment, he almost suspected that he had not woken up yet. This is the gnome Great Elder Clark. Although he does not have the title of a scholar, he is very knowledgeable. It is entirely possible for him to become a country scholar or even a country scholar. Chu Tian gave a simple introduction. Elder Clark, this is Southern Xia, a small human kingdom to the north of the Forest of Chaos. Everyone was filled with deep respect. So it's an expert from the Forest of Chaos. The Southern Summer King nodded. Since you are honored guests, Southern Summer will not neglect you. We will immediately hold a banquet to welcome our guests and also to welcome the country guarding ruler and the Cloud Dream Marquis. There's no need for a banquet. Chu Tian did not come back to eat and drink. I want to see the source energy computer. Yun Tianhe and Gu Qianxia were interested. Yes, Chairman, please come with us. Chapter 451. There was a large change in Southern Xia. Central State City's population had increased by a third compared to when Chu Tian left, and it was twice as prosperous as before. This was not only because Central State City had become the imperial city of Southern Summer, but also because it was the birthplace of miracle commerce. Miracle Commerce had a large laboratory in Central State City and a large industrial park, which directly boosted Central State City's growth. Especially after the Miracle Commerce Space Warehouse was opened, Miracle Commerce often sold resources from the Forest of Chaos to Southern Xia, which greatly increased Southern Xia's strength. At this moment, people like Shen Fengho, the Golden Arrow Marquis, and the others had all broken through their bottlenecks. The two of them were now experts in the first true spirit layer. The barbarian berserkers trained in Southern State's Berserker Training Camp had been hired by Southern Xia to form an army. They had also bought large amounts of source energy weapons through Miracle Commerce's factory and used the Four States Lake as a natural barrier, so it was hard for the Warhound's kingdom to gain any advantage. Now that Southern Xia had recovered its strength, it was not weaker than before. Southern Xia quickly became famous in a short period of time. There were caravans coming to Southern Xia from the surrounding countries in order to buy products from Miracle Commerce. Therefore, although Southern Xia's citizens still used Southern Summer Gold coins, they had already begun to use source stones for large transactions. This was a sign of connecting to the international market. Southern Xia, becoming the great summer country, was just around the corner. Clark walked on the streets of Central State City and felt like he was in another world. There were several dozen airships flying back and forth in the sky. There were tall buildings and various large screens, all showing all kinds of eye-catching advertisements and the sound of horns coming from the streets. There were fewer beast carriages on the streets. Most likely because of Miracle Commerce's culture, Central State had become a very innovative place. There were already prototype source energy hover cars powered by source energy batteries. Now there were many people using this new, convenient transportation tool, traveling through the city like beetles. This was truly too shocking. How could a small country like Southern Xia develop to such an extent? The prosperity and affluence of the human city far surpassed Clark's imagination. He did not dare believe that this was only the capital of a small country. The rapid rise of the humans in the last few hundred years was not without reason. Perhaps in another few thousand years, the elves and spirit beasts' limelight would be suppressed by the humans. The Central State Laboratory had also changed greatly. After Chu Tian left Central State, he took a part of the business with him and placed it in the Southern State Laboratory. The Central State Laboratory focused on the source energy computer, and after several expansions, it was doubled in size. There were over 2,000 people working on the source energy computer. With the core technology and ideas provided by Chu Tian, the research team of more than 2,000 people went through more than 135,000 adjustments and experiments before they finally completed something that was ahead of the times. When the members of the Central State Laboratory knew that Chu Tian was coming, they immediately ran out to welcome him. Chu Tian saw several familiar figures among them. For example, the Lin Xian siblings, the two founders of the Heavens Alliance. Now that they had joined Miracle Commerce and had become official researchers of the Yun sect, they were young and promising, making people envious. They were walking on the road to realizing their dreams. Greetings to the chairman and vice chairman. Everyone excitedly bowed down, almost kneeling down to Chu Tian and Lin Xian. These were scholars from all over the world, and a portion of them had never seen Chu Tian before. They could only understand this person through Chu Tian's image and deeds. Now that Chu Tian had become a god worshipped by the people of Southern Xia, with this legendary person appearing in front of them, how could these people not be excited? Chu Tian was very surprised. How many people have come? That's natural. Gu Qianqiu had already broken through to the true spirit realm, and he looked much younger than before. Perhaps it was because his life was more fulfilling and filled with energy. Not only are there scholars from Southern Xia, there are also many people who didn't hesitate to travel thousands of miles from other countries to study in Southern Xia. They have all become Yun sect scholars, and there are even 4 great scholars. Chu Tian nodded. Not bad, not bad. The Yun sect can be considered strong. With the Yun sect becoming stronger, the happiest person was, of course, old man Yun Tianhe. The Yun sect originated from the Central State Yun family. The Yun family was a small country's family, but now they were able to use this method to become famous, and they could participate in the Yun sect's research. This was truly a breakthrough. The Yun sect's current strength was not that strong. Among the gnomes that Chu Tian had allied with, there were at least several hundred great scholars in terms of academic level. However, the geographical separation would cause academic isolation, so the human and gnome scholars' research methods were different. The two needed to communicate with each other to integrate, not to mention the fact that the Yun sect was established by Chu Tian. Gu Qianqiu, Yun Tianhe, and the other Yun sect scholars had been studying with Chu Tian for an entire year, and they had grasped large amounts of Miracle Commerce's core technology. This was a gap that no scholar in the world could catch up to, so they couldn't be judged by their knowledge. Chu Tian's group began to tour the Central State Laboratory. Although a portion of the Central State Yun sect's research had been placed in Southern State, this was still the earliest research center of Miracle Commerce, so it was still the place where Miracle Commerce's technology was most concentrated. Almost every product and technology of Miracle Commerce had been stored. I suggest that Great Elder Clark form a group of scholars when he returns and have the gnome scholars come to Central State to study for a while. What do you think? That's exactly what I wish for. That's exactly what I wish for. Clark had already been deeply shocked by Miracle Commerce. Clark finally understood Chu Tian's background, and he also felt a large opportunity and future. Most of the gnomes were scholars. Miracle City's resources were much stronger than Central State's, and Miracle City's research center was much larger than Central State's. Moreover, Chu Tian had already made Miracle Commerce his headquarters, so the Yun sect's future headquarters would be in Miracle City. The gnomes would have a large opportunity. If they could join the Yun sect, the gnomes would have a decisive position in the Yun sect. This was enough for the gnomes to be recorded in history, becoming the representative of the continent's scholars, pioneers of invention and innovation, becoming a large influential clan in another way. Yun Tianhe opened the door to a laboratory. Rows of drawer-like black boxes appeared in front of them. When one of the black boxes was pulled out, each box was filled with source energy array slabs. There were 6 of these black boxes, forming a hexagon. They were all connected together, forming a large and complex source energy matrix. This source energy matrix was made up of over 10 arrays, and each array had over 100 source energy arrays. There were over 300,000 runes in total, and it needed around 10 energy columns to operate at the same time. These are the main units. They're the first generation source energy matrix. Yun Tianhe said in a very proud voice, "This source energy matrix contains over 300 source energy array processing centers and 8 information storage arrays. Its calculation speed can reach 500 million times per second, which is enough to process a large amount of information." Calculating 500 million times per second? Clark revealed a stunned expression. With this kind of powerful calculation ability, if it was used on source energy array deductions or experiments, how much of a help would it be? 500 million times? Chu Tian shook his head. It's too slow. This was still slow. Everyone didn't know what to say. Not to mention the size is too big. Chu Tian looked at the 6 large black boxes and shook his head. We need to increase the strength of the source energy array and also shrink the size of the array. Otherwise, a single source energy array would take up the entire room. It would be too bulky and cumbersome. It would not be good for popularizing it. Yun Tianhe and Gu Qianqiu both wiped their sweat. The chairman's request could scare a person to death. This source energy matrix took over a year to make. Did he want to popularize this thing to the entire world? That was simply a joke. Chu Tian said, "We are preparing to make an automatic array engraving device. Together with an intelligent computer, array masters will not need to personally engrave runes one by one in the future. All talismans and alchemy production will be automated, and the production efficiency will increase." The automatic array engraving device needed source stones to operate. Because the source energy contained in source stones was the closest to the human body, it could be used to create source energy arrays. Source energy batteries were an industrial energy source that could maintain source energy arrays, but it could not be used to create source energy arrays. So, the array engraving device would cost a lot, but it would free up large amounts of labor, allowing them to increase their technology. Gu Qianqiu said, "This source energy matrix is still missing a core." "There's no need for you to say it, I've brought it." Chu Tian gently waved his hand, and the artificial intelligence Zero was released. Zero began the fusion. Zero's illusory body floated to the center of the giant source energy matrix. There was a crystal there, and Zero's body melted into it. Almost in an instant, an invisible energy spread out, and the entire source energy matrix was activated. Chu Tian directly asked, "Zero, how do you feel?" Zero's voice came from the matrix. "The entire array has been connected to me." "Is Zero really that strong?" Meng Yingying was a bit in disbelief. "You shouldn't be bragging, right?" Chu Tian snappily said, "If you don't believe me, you can test him." "Test me." Meng Yingying loudly asked a series of questions. "Zero, let me ask you. 252, 541 3 times 434, 2342 times 21,340, 3 times 40, 3,540, 3 times 654,245 times 140, 3,432. What is the final result?" Zero didn't hesitate to answer in half a second. Meng Yingying spent several minutes to calculate it and found that it wasn't wrong at all. The several hundred decimal places were all calculated, and she instantly revealed a look of admiration. Chu Tian was amused by Meng Yingying. "You want to ask Zero this kind of child's play question?" Meng Qinggu never thought that the combination of the artificial intelligence and the source energy matrix would have such a shocking effect. If this source energy computer is brought to Miracle City, it can be used to manage Miracle City's accounts, bank data, citizens' information, and even city planning. I think it will be very convenient. How could it be just like that? Chu Tian said with a smile. The source energy matrix system's calculation speed cannot be compared to the human brain. Using it to create a spiritual space will be more stable. Using it to invent new source energy arrays will be more outstanding. Using it to control source energy weapons will be more terrifying. And using it to control production will be more precise. In the future, when the computing power increases by several hundred or thousand times, we can even use it to calculate various changes. In short, its functions are not something you can imagine. That's right. Zero was the continent's first supersource energy computer. Although it couldn't compare to humans in terms of invention and creation, it was something no mortal could compare to in terms of logic and calculation. It had already reached the realm of spiritual gods. Chu Tian ordered, "Young miss, send Zero to Miracle City. You will be the only person with the highest authority other than me. From now on, Zero will be Miracle City's management system. I believe that with this thing, Miracle City's development will increase by a large amount." Meng Qinggu asked, "When can the second one be made?" Gu Qianqiu and Yun Tianhe looked at each other. "I'm afraid it will take at least a month." "That long? We can't." Chu Tian shook his head and said, "Recruit more people. I'll have the gnomes come over to help you. First, create the array machine. We don't have time to make it one by one. This thing needs to be mass-produced, it needs to be smaller and smaller, and it needs to be faster and faster. Yes, the birth of an intelligent computer. This was the true beginning for Chu Tian. Chapter 452. The Supersource Energy Matrix, the Artificial Intelligent Spirit. The two were completely different things. According to normal history, the two would appear 400 or 500 years apart. First there was the source energy matrix, and then there was the artificial intelligent spirit. Therefore, the source energy matrix in the history books was controlled by humans at first, so it could only be used for normal calculations and statistics. After all, a living person couldn't merge with the matrix, and the matrix itself didn't have any intelligence. When the artificial intelligent spirit appeared, the situation was different. Gu Qianqiu said with a sigh, "This thing will definitely be recorded in history. Chairman should give it a new name." Chu Tian also felt that computer didn't sound good, so he said to the people beside him, "I'm not good at naming things. You guys can do it." "I have one." Meng Yingying scratched her head and blurted out, "How smart is its brain?" "We'll call it Smart Brain. What do you think?" Meng Qinggu nodded in satisfaction. "I think it's very good." Chu Tian didn't think too much before making his decision. "All right, then we'll call it Smart Brain." Smart Brain. This was a super intelligent computer with strong learning and calculation abilities. It could be used in all aspects of life in the future. This was another milestone in the continent's history and a leap forward for miracle commerce. Meng Qinggu was already a bit impatient. Immediately send this Smart Brain to Miracle City to use first. I want to figure out how many functions smart brains have. Chu Tian waved his hand at her. "What is the young miss in a rush for? Smart Brain won't fly away if we leave it here. Now that Miracle City and Central State have a transport network, we can teleport between the two places at any time. It's already very convenient to go back and forth, so there's no need to be in a rush." This was also true. It was really convenient to have the transport tower. Speaking of the Miracle Transport Tower, we consume quite a bit of energy each time we use it, so there should be a limit to the number of people we can teleport each day. Moreover, while the transport tower brings convenience, it also brings danger and instability. For example, people from the outside world can use the transport tower to come to Miracle City. Meng Qinggu asked, "Is there a way to prevent this from happening?" The Miracle Transport Towers were built all over the world. It was impossible for Miracle Commerce to guard every transport tower tightly. There was always the possibility of accidents happening, which would undoubtedly bring danger. When the Miracle Transport Tower is connected to the Smart Brain in the future, we will be able to control everything, so we don't need to worry about this. Chu Tian paused for a moment. "As for now, we can only raise the threshold to limit the abuse of the teleportation function." Meng Qinggu nodded. The two of them drafted a Miracle Commerce Transport Tower Usage Regulations and Guidelines. This set of rules clearly wrote, before using the Miracle Transport Tower, one had to first apply for a Transport Tower Use Permit from Miracle Commerce and also a Transport Pass Permit to the destination. The former was the right to use the local transport tower, and the latter was the right to reach the destination, unless it was a person with special authority in the upper echelons of Miracle Commerce. Every teleportation had to be submitted to the relevant department of Miracle Commerce 1 day in advance. The teleportation time and teleportation intent had to be reported clearly. After approval, they had to pay a fee of 20 source stones to complete the teleportation service, after going around in circles. In the end, they still had to spend 20 low-grade source stones. 20 low-grade source stones converted to Southern Summer gold coins. That was 20 million gold coins. This kind of cost was hard for normal people to imagine. But with this kind of restriction, the transport tower would not be overloaded and it would be able to prevent any danger from occurring. Meng Qingguo nodded in satisfaction. It was much safer this way. Not only did the transport tower become safer, it was also a foundation for commercialization. That night, the upper echelons of Miracle Commerce gathered in the Southern Summer Royal Palace. The Southern Summer King held a grand banquet to celebrate Miracle Commerce's glory and also to thank Miracle Commerce for their support and care for Southern Xia. Actually, the reason why Miracle Commerce could smoothly develop in the early stages was because of Shen Fengho, Yun Tianhe, and the Southern Summer King Dongfanggan. The reason why Southern Xia was able to smoothly pass through several crises was also because of Chu Tian and Miracle Commerce's help. Especially after Southern Xia's imperial region was destroyed, Southern Xia had to move its capital to Central State. Chu Tian brought his team to leave Central State, but he kept bringing back various resources and selling weapons and troops to Southern Xia. This allowed the half-dead Southern Xia to quickly recover its vitality. The entire Southern Xia was filled with gratitude towards Chu Tian. Although Miracle Commerce would slowly move out of the kingdom, the traces of Miracle Commerce would never disappear. Miracle Commerce would still leave behind large amounts of factories and laboratories in Southern Xia, and they would continue to operate. Not only would they provide large amounts of jobs for Southern Xia, they would also increase the prosperity of the kingdom. Meng, Yingying, Nangongyin, and Vivian were very happy. The three girls repeatedly clinked their cups and drank until their faces turned red. Let's drink another cup. Let's go to the theater after we finish eating. All right. I heard he has a new work coming out recently. Nangongyin and Yingying had a lot of feelings for Central State. After all, they had grown up here and had over 10 years of memories. Meng, Yingying's face turned red. It wasn't easy to come back, and I thought we wouldn't have another chance in this life. Who would have thought that the transport towers would be built and we could come back to play at any time? This is truly great. That's right, Nangongyin laughed. Our boss really is skilled. Vivian also chattered on. Distance won't be a problem in the future. When we're in the mood, we can come back to eat or go to the theater to watch a movie. This kind of life is very beautiful, just thinking about it. Big brother Chu Tian is too great. Dolores had just been called back from Miracle City, and this was her first time coming to a human place. Everything was filled with novelty. This is where the Vice City Lord lived? It seems like the Vice City Lord's status in this country wasn't low. Meng Qingguo nodded with a faint smile. She didn't like drinking wine and would only take a sip every time. In order to keep a clear head, she shook her head with a bitter smile. What status? If it was a year and a half ago, I would have been a small merchant in a small city several hundred miles away. I would have been walking on thin ice every day, living a life filled with fear. How is that possible? Dolores called out in shock. Your company is this big and you're a marquis of a country. Moreover, you're this smart and capable. How could you be a small merchant? I don't believe it. Human society is more complicated than the forest. At that time, there was no strength, no background, and no technology. So how could you have any achievements? Meng Qingguo said this, and her eyes became a bit blurred. Everything has changed in this year. Miracle commerce has gone from nothing. From small to big, it really is shocking. 1 year? Miracle commerce only used 1 year? Dolores felt like she couldn't close her mouth. This was clearly not the work of Meng Qingguo. It was all the work of the mysterious Miracle City Lord. He really was a miraculous person. This king will use this chance to announce a few things. The Southern Summer King gently raised his hand, and several royal proclamations were presented. Miracle commerce has given Southern Xia a new lease of life. So the Cloud Dream Marquis is now given the title Cloud Dream Ruler. Nangongyin is given the title Phoenix Marquis, and Meng Yingying is given the title Marquising. Southern Xia is small and has no land to give. So although it is an empty title, it represents the friendship of Southern Xia. Whether it was Nangongyin or Yingying, they did not care about the Marquis title. They had the resources in their hands. How could a title compare to them? Not to mention an empty title? But being able to become a Marquis in their homeland was still a matter worth celebrating. While everyone was feeling happy, suddenly, a communication device on the Southern Summer King's side rang. Portable communication devices were very common in Central State, and most people with a bit of status were equipped with them. How could the Southern Summer King not have one as the king? The Southern Summer King did not say much before his brows knit together. There is a situation in the Northern Defense Line. This king cannot accompany everyone. I've been rude. What did you say? Could it be that the Northern Spirit Beasts are attacking again? Nangongyin almost flipped the table. How preposterous! Are you done? It's not a full-scale attack. The Southern Summer King shook his head and said, It's just harassment. Everyone doesn't know. Yun Tianhe said from the side, When you left Southern Summer, the warhounds have already harassed Southern Summer 5-6 times. Although they returned without any success, they still brought quite a bit of trouble. Southern Xia can block the warhounds' attacks, but they do not have enough military strength to counterattack. So the North and South are currently in a state of separation. Chu Tian knit his brows. How is the warhounds' battle strength? After the Battle of the Four States Lake, the Fong King and his army were completely annihilated. The warhounds have gathered another 300,000 elites on the warhounds' plains, and the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom has added another 300,000, with around 600,000 troops stationed in the fortress. Although there are more and more troops stationed here, they have only been harassing us, which means that they are still accumulating strength. As long as their army reaches a certain level, they will launch another large battle against Southern Summer. It's too troublesome to have a ticking time bomb by our side. Chu Tian looked at the young miss beside him. How about we take advantage of this time to eliminate them in one go? Eliminate them in one go. The Southern Summer King and the others all stared with wide eyes. Chu Tian said this in an incomparably relaxed tone. How was this like destroying a large kingdom? It was as simple as drinking a cup of water in front of him. Who would have thought that Meng Qingguo would not be surprised by Chu Tian's suggestion? After thinking about it for a minute, she nodded and said, This is also good. Miracle Commerce's business in Central State is not small, and if it is exposed to the enemy's army, it will be like a fishbone stuck in our throat. It is better to eliminate it as soon as possible. This can be considered taking revenge for the old Marshal Dongfangzhan and the other heroes who died in Southern Xia. Chapter 453. The Warhounds' Kingdom was a large kingdom no matter what, and the Warhounds' plains were filled with soldiers. How could they be destroyed so easily? Miracle Commerce had left Southern Xia for a long time. When did they become this arrogant? It was fine if Chu Tian was like this, but had Meng Qingguo also been assimilated by this fellow? Southern Summer's strength is slowly recovering, but we still don't have enough battle strength. We can protect ourselves, but we can't counterattack. The Southern Summer King gave a sigh. Not to mention that even if we can destroy the main force of the Warhound's kingdom, there are still several tens of millions of fierce spirit beasts in the Warhound's plains. There is also the incomparably strong Eagle Burial Kingdom behind the Warhound's plains. This was the truth. A warring kingdom was not a small matter. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's experts could not compare to the giants of the Forest of Chaos, but the Eagle Burial Kingdom was a large kingdom with over 1.5 billion people, and it was a spirit beast kingdom. The difference between the spirit beast kingdom and the human kingdom was very big. The human kingdoms were rich, prosperous, and civilized, while the spirit beast kingdoms were loose, barbaric, and warlike. If the human kingdoms and the spirit beast kingdoms fought on the same level, they would not be able to win. A Warhound's plains with a population of several tens of millions could form a Warhound's kingdom. A Warhound's kingdom with a population of several tens of millions could form an army of 1 million, and a Warhound's kingdom with a population of several tens of millions could beat the 200 million Southern Xia half to death. This was a spirit beast kingdom, a spirit beast kingdom where every citizen was a soldier. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's population was estimated at 1.5 billion. This was considered a large kingdom on the continent. Moreover, with the characteristics of a spirit beast kingdom, the proportion of their army was very high, especially for a warring kingdom that fought all over. Therefore, the Eagle Burial Kingdom had a large army of over 10 million, plundering all over the place. They lived by fighting, and wherever they went, they were shrewd, using tributes from subordinate countries to support their army. The Eagle Burial Kingdom had been fighting all over the place, increasing their population and army. This was a kingdom that was constantly expanding, and Southern Xia was just one of the countries the Eagle Burial Kingdom conquered, so their strength could not be underestimated. Even if the Eagle Burial Kingdom is strong, they are fighting all over and cannot gather their forces. It is impossible for them to send their army to Southern Summer. Meng Qingguo was not worried about the Eagle Burial Kingdom. If the Eagle Burial Kingdom had enough troops, what did they do for the past half year? Dilly-dallying for this long and only sending 300,000 to the Warhounds. This meant that the Eagle Burial Kingdom couldn't send too many troops. Once the north is attacked, we'll have a buffer zone, and Central State won't need to constantly face the spirit beast army. Chu Tian slapped the table. In for a penny, in for a pound. We'll just rule the Warhound Plains and establish a northern militant kingdom. Everyone was speechless. This was becoming more and more ridiculous. Was the Warhounds a country that could be easily destroyed? Was the Warhounds Prairie that easy to rule? The tens of millions of spirit beasts, they were all nomads. In the vast grasslands that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, they were elusive and hard to track. So how could it be easy to find? Meng Qingguo did not comment, but she began to deploy. The new generation of source energy weapons have been developed, so we'll use this chance to test their power. Have Dongfeng Howren bring over the reserve Berserker army that Miracle Commerce has in Southern State. Gu Qianqiu quickly said, "To Chairman, you have to think this over. The reserve army in Southern State is an army that Miracle Commerce spent over 1 billion gold coins to train for several months. Once the war begins, the soldiers' pay, the merit rewards, and all sorts of other expenses will not be a joke." Yun Tianhe also said, "This kind of large-scale war will consume a lot of resources and will drag down Miracle Commerce's development. It's better to bide our time and wait for the kingdom and company to work together. Our Miracle Commerce can't even afford this bit of money." Chu Tian had already made his decision. Central State City doesn't need to interfere. Miracle Commerce's strength is enough. This war will end in less than half a month and will unify the Warhound's Prairie in 2 months. The Southern Summer King knit his brows. It was true that Chu Tian liked to speak arrogantly, but looking at the historical records, his arrogance was well-founded. As for Meng Qingguo, she was a cautious person, never letting go of an arrow. The two of them were this confident, which meant that they could solve this problem. "Good," Since the two of you have already decided to fight, how can this king retreat behind the scenes? The current Southern Summer King was a wise and decisive person. Southern Xia cannot rely on strong reinforcements, otherwise the citizens will fall. This king has decided to gather 150,000 soldiers and follow everyone on a northern expedition. There was no need for Central State City to gather 150,000 soldiers. After staying in the Forest of Chaos for a long time, Southern Xiao's troops were weak in his eyes. They were no different from clay chickens and pottery dogs. Southern State City was Miracle Commerce's military camp, so there were close to 30,000 barbarian berserkers stationed there. These berserkers' battle strength surpassed the several 100,000 soldiers of Southern Xia. Unless it was a trump card army like the Griffin Knights or the Earth Dragon Knights, it was impossible for them to fight these berserkers. How hard was it to raise a trump card army? If Southern Xia had 20 to 30,000 Griffin Knights or Earth Dragon Knights, history would have already been rewritten. Miracle Commerce's most terrifying part was not their special army. Rather, the terrifying part was that this terrifying army had terrifying equipment. The source energy weapons were enough to raise the army's strength by several levels, so they were not inferior to the elites of a warring kingdom. Miracle Commerce's main commander was Dongfang Haoren. This former Southern Summer King's prince was now the calm martial ruler of the Southern Summer Country. He had made large progress in this half a year, but he had never commanded a large-scale battle before, so he could use this chance to sharpen himself. After several hours, the Central State Transport Tower continued to shine. The Minotaur Chief Arnold, the Shaman Priest Luz, the Ogre Chief Nathaniel, the Tiger Chief Andre. There were several dozen people in the Forest of Chaos. The most powerful local warriors all gathered here. Whether it was the Southern Summer King, Shen Fengho, or the Golden Arrow Marquis, their faces all twitched. They had never seen so many different races and different foreign races. What shocked the Southern Summer King and Shen Fengho the most was that these people were all experts in the peak third true spirit layer, with the strongest people almost reaching the fourth true spirit layer. This was several dozen true spirit experts. This was a lineup the small Southern Summer Country didn't even dare think about. If any one of these people came out, they would be invincible in the South. The effect of these mere dozens of people on the battlefield was superior to that of an elite lion with more than 100,000 men. If these people caused trouble in Central State, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was no one in Central State City that could stop them. City Lord. Arnold's nostrils flared. How did we get sent here all of a sudden? Where is this? The others didn't react in shock. They were all looking around in shock. The huge ogre's gaze swept across the other humans. That ferocious glint in his eyes and his imposing aura made it hard for them to breathe. All of you listen well. Chu Tian walked in front of them with his hands behind his back. Although he was facing several dozen fierce forest locals, he was not intimidated by the other side's aura at all. Don't say that the City Lord didn't give you a chance. This is a country outside of the Forest of Chaos. There's a vast plain in the north that has large amounts of food and land to steal. I didn't bring you here for anything else but to steal territory and food. The eyes of these locals lit up. They actually came to the Forest of Chaos to steal territory and food? This kind of matter was very strange to them. The people there are pitifully weak. You have to properly grasp this chance. Yes, City Lord. Everyone rubbed their fists in excitement. Chu Tian waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. This is the King of Southern Xia. The Southern Summer King slightly recovered and immediately had people prepare food. These brave warriors have come from afar, and Southern Xia has rushed to prepare. I'm afraid we didn't take good care of them. Someone come and receive the warriors. These country bumpkins had never left the forest in their lives. This group of country bumpkins, when had they ever enjoyed the luxurious life of humans? the Southern Summer King, and the high-level members of Southern Xia all attached great importance to this. They were fortunate enough to visit Southern Xia. This was something they never dared think about in their entire lives. In the next 2 days, whether it was eating, drinking, or living, they would all be served. This was an unprecedented experience. When these several dozen people walked through the city, they immediately caused a stir in Central State, and people ran away in fear. However, when the radio stations and the media announced their identities, everyone's attitudes changed. These strange fellows had actually found reinforcements from the endless southern forest. These were warriors that had defeated the warhounds for Southern Xia. Each one of them was a true expert. The Southern Summer citizens were relieved of their fear and treated them like heroes. Arnold and the others had never received this kind of treatment before. These country bumpkins had lived here for a day or two and were praised to the heavens, satisfying their vanity. At this time, a Heaven's Eye airship above the 4 states sent back information and images the enemy has been locked onto. They are coming from the northwest, mainly using giant flying mounts. Although the image was not clear, it could be vaguely seen that the Eagle Burial Kingdom had over 20,000 people. They had learned from their previous failures, and the warhounds would not fight with Southern Xia on the water. Instead, they used giant rocks to transport their troops. Each giant rocks could transport 600-700 soldiers, and other than several dozen giant rocks, the rest were air cavalry. This kind of formation allowed the troops to move freely. Their target was the central state port or important areas like the factories. After causing trouble and damage to Southern Xia, they would immediately retreat, not wanting to continue fighting. The giant transport beasts and air cavalry worked together. Southern Xia's air force was very weak, so this arrangement was to attack the enemy's weakness. Miracle Commerce relied on Oldman Small Town to buy many flying demon beasts from the nearby tribes. Miracle City also trained and bought large amounts of flying demon beasts. But distant waters could not quench a nearby thirst. The transport tower's transport capacity was limited, so unless they created a space gate, it was impossible to transport the troops. But there was no need. They had enough strength now. Chapter 454. Oldman Small Town's oil mine had already been mined, and with the silver oil as the foundation, the company had already developed a new generation of energy. With this as the foundation, naturally they could create a new generation of weapons. Miracle Commerce had established a large-scale market in Oldman Small Town, continuously sending materials to Southern Xia's secret weapon factory. Now there was already a batch of weapons being made. Meng Qingguo contacted the factory, and a new batch of weapons was immediately sent over. It looked like a source energy cannon, but it wasn't the same. The source energy cannon fired an energy wave at the target, creating a strong killing effect. However, even though the source energy cannon was very strong, it had a hard-to-ignore flaw. The energy wave it fired was condensed from energy, so it would constantly weaken and dissipate. The further it was, the weaker it would be. Once it passed a certain distance, it would completely dissipate, and its effective range and killing radius would be limited. The weapon sent over now was a weapon that could fire live ammunition, a large-scale rocket launcher. The Miracle Commerce employees brought out 3-meter-long rockets. The rockets were incomparably large, each one as thick as a person's thigh. They were covered in blue crystals, and large amounts of runes were used to reinforce them, releasing energy fluctuations from inside. The bottom of the rocket and the rocket launcher have a compatible source energy array. Once the rocket is fired, a large amount of energy will be sent out. It can reach a distance of over 100 miles, and its average speed is 7 miles per second. If it encounters a large amount of resistance, the warhead will explode. This is a pretty good long-range weapon. The rocket warhead is made of second-generation energy, and its destructive might is very strong. Even a mid or late true spirit realm expert would find it hard to take it head-on. Meng Qingguo continued to explain, When this weapon was invented, it was used to attack fortifications and large-scale targets that wouldn't move. Now, with Smart Brain, perhaps we can try to directly attack the enemy's moving troops. Chu Tian said, "Instead of saying this, it's better to give it a try. Zero, is you prepared?" "We're already prepared." "Good, let's go." Several new warships were docked in the central state port. These were the new generation warships, jointly developed by the Southern Summer Royal Family and Miracle Commerce. Not only did they use a higher level source energy, they were also equipped with the first generation source energy cannons. Whether it was speed or battle strength, they were all impeccable. 5 rocket launchers were sent to the deck of a large warship. This time, the launch of the rocket was not manually operated. Zero was built here to form a temporary control panel. This control panel was not only connected to the rocket launcher, it was also connected to the information sent back by the Heaven's Eye airship. The enemy's position, speed, and direction were all quickly sent into the source energy matrix. With 10 energy columns working at the same time, the entire system quickly worked. The first generation intelligence system was large and cumbersome, but its calculation speed could reach 500 million cycles per second, enough to deal with a tremendous amount of data. The enemy's position, movement trajectory, flight speed, as well as the weapon's data. From this, it could plan out the most accurate and precise attack method. The army of Southern Xia had already assembled. The 150,000 Central State elites had boarded the warships, and the 30,000 Southern State berserkers were on the way. It could be said that the warhounds were under Southern Xia surveillance, so it was impossible for them to sneak attack them. However, the two sides were so far apart that even binoculars couldn't see them. Could the rocket hit the target in the air? This was not like bombing a city. The target was far, small, and active. This was definitely not an easy task. The Southern Summer Kings group, Arnold, Draz, and the others were all standing on the deck, waiting for this moment to happen. The target is in range and has been locked on. It can be fired with an estimated hit rate of 87%. Zero's emotionless, mechanical voice sounded, "Do you fire?" Chu Tian looked at the empty sky and nodded. "Fire!" Zero coldly said, "Begin firing." The rocket launcher was slightly adjusted, and with a few continuous rumbles, 5-pointed and long spear-shaped rockets were launched into the sky. The tail flames were neither gorgeous nor long, and only a light blue and white energy flow was released. However, the speed was raised to the extreme in an extremely short period of time, as if it was going to pierce through space. When the air was violently rubbing against each other, it actually ignited into raging flames, immediately wrapping around the entire rocket. It was too fast. The rocket instantly broke through the sound barrier and then wildly accelerated, reaching its fastest speed in just a few seconds. It was around 6-7 miles per second, which was around 10 times the speed of sound. How shocking was 10 times the speed of sound? Even true spirit realm experts would find it hard to reach 10 times the speed of sound. The Warhound's army flew 1,000 meters in the air, not knowing that danger was quickly approaching. When they vaguely discovered that there were several beams of light in the sky, it was already too late. The rocket was much faster than the speed of sound. Therefore, it was already too late when they heard the sound of air braking. The 5 rockets burned as they rubbed against the air, turning into 5 meteors falling from the sky. They flew across tens of thousands of miles, breaking through everything as they flew forward. The Warhound's generals did not even have time to shout out before the 5 missiles hit the giant rock. There was no explosion. It was a storm. Shockingly, it was an energy storm that was expanding. The giant rock was instantly swallowed by the energy storm, and its body was instantly turned into minced meat. Several hundred Warhound's elites were instantly torn apart by the energy, not even leaving a corpse behind. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Everyone could see the energy storm in the sky from afar, even if they weren't killed by the explosion. With such a terrifying energy storm, it would be hard for them to escape unscathed. It can't be. Nangongyan's eyes went wide. How could this power be this strong? Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. This weapon isn't bad. We need to mass produce it in the future. This kind of solid missile weapon and pure energy weapon had their own strengths. The source energy cannon had a short range, but it was very strong in its effective killing radius, and it was almost impossible to intercept. After all, it was just a wave of energy, and the weakness was that it had a high requirement on the barrel. For this kind of dense energy, how could normal materials withstand it? Therefore, strong materials were the prerequisites for producing high-level source energy cannons. The rockets and missiles had a long range. In the future, when miracle commerce entered the information age and automated smart brain era, it would have a terrifying killing range and deterrence. Because it was a solid weapon, the missile would not be consumed before it exploded. Of course, the weakness was that it was easier to intercept and its destructive power was weaker than the source energy cannons. Chu Tian said, "How many more of these rockets do we have?" Meng Qinggu shook her head and said, "This is the newest weapon, and this is the first time we are using it, so we don't have much in stock. This is just a test." "What? Truly disappointing." Chu Tian said with a sigh, "The company's production is too weak. We need to strengthen it, and strengthen it. All right, listen to my orders. We will immediately move forward and take care of the fish that escaped the net." Although there were no more rockets, their goal had been achieved. Several giant rocks were directly killed, and the war hounds suffered heavy casualties. They had suffered such a heavy defeat before even reaching Central State. It could be imagined how much of a blow this was to the war hounds. Even if the remaining survivors still had battle strength, they would not have any fighting spirit left. The 150,000 Southern Summer soldiers started their warships, and several hundred warships moved across the lake, creating a spectacular scene. Everyone only had one goal, which was to head to the Tsang State port on the northern shore of the Four States Lake and attack the war hounds' fortress. The defeated war hounds did not need Southern Xia to chase them at all. The giant shark gang intercepted them while they were retreating, catching all the survivors of the war hounds' ambush in one fell swoop. After Chu Tian left, the giant shark gang underwent earth-shattering changes. Boss Yu had already become a true spirit cultivator, and the giant shark gang had doubled their numbers in just half a year, becoming the #1 gang in Southern Xia. This was a power that no one dared to ignore, especially in the Four States Lake. At this time, a ship from Southern State, filled with berserkers, arrived. After the Southern Xia army gathered, they immediately headed to the northern shore's Tsang State port. The Southern Xia soldiers had been waiting for this counterattack for a long time. The grudges between the Southern Summer Country and the war hounds were too deep, especially after Imperial City was taken and the northern states fell. Countless Southern Summer citizens were slaughtered and plundered, causing the Southern citizens to be filled with rage. Only facing the war hounds' aggressive stance, Southern Xia could not turn the situation around. Chu Tian once again raised the morale of the Southern Summer soldiers. Miracle Commerce was participating in this battle, so it would definitely be a success. Everyone's aura was like a rainbow, swallowing 10,000 miles like a tiger. They charged forward, not stopping for a single moment. The war hounds never would have thought that the Southern Summer Country would suddenly have a decisive battle. Southern Xia wanted to take advantage of the war hounds' lack of reaction and destroy their foundations, taking back the land that Southern Xia had lost. Chu Tian said, "This kind of direct attack will cause too many casualties. We'll go first and do something behind their backs." All right. Vivian immediately brought Chu Tian and began to move through space. Vivian's innate spatial energy was not bad. She could teleport several hundred kilometers with each teleportation. Although Chu Tian also had innate spatial energy, he could only teleport short distances. "We're here." The two of them arrived at Tsang State a day earlier than the fleet. This was the junction between Tsang State and the Imperial region, with several ports in Tsang State. It was a very prosperous place for southern Xia's shipping trade, but after it was occupied by the war hound's spirit beasts, this place had changed greatly. Chu Tian used Vivian's ability to sneak into Song State's fortress. The two of them quickly placed time bombs in every corner of the fortress. These time bombs were made with second-generation energy technology, so they were naturally very strong. When everything was prepared, Chu Tian left the fortress without anyone knowing. Now he was waiting for a good show to begin. Chapter 455. Vivian cut open space and pulled Chu Tian out. She was already so tired that she almost fell to the ground. Her beautiful little face was red as she gasped for breath. She was covered in sparkling sweat and couldn't even speak. Chu Tian patted her back to calm her down. "What's wrong with you? It's only been a while and you're already exhausted." "Big brother Chu Tian, it's easy for you to say, but you almost tired me to death." Vivian had to teleport every 30 seconds, and she was carrying a person and a fox, so it could be imagined how much energy she used up. "Big brother, don't you have innate spatial energy? This short distance can be covered by yourself." This little girl was still complaining. "I have many abilities, but I'm not good at it. If it's just spatial manipulation, how can I compare to you?" Chu Tian shamelessly flattered the little elf and then sincerely said, "We have to be very precise in the enemy's fortress. We can't teleport more than half a meter away. This is also a chance for you to train yourself, allowing you to increase your strength as soon as possible. I feel that with your innate talent, if your cultivation base increases a bit, you won't even need to show yourself in the future. You just need to open up space and place bombs through it. Is that so? I will work hard." Vivian's thoughts were simple, and she immediately believed him. "Then what do we do now?" The little fox's divine eye could see the entire situation in the fortress. Chu Tian had brought Vivian to place large amounts of source energy bombs, and had been very smooth from start to finish, not leaving a single trace. Now they just had to wait for the fleet to arrive. Dawn was about to pass, and the sky was about to light up when the southern Xia fleet finally appeared. This fleet was very large, with several hundred warships. There were several warships at the front that were equipped with source energy cannons. They were currently lined up on the lake, and their momentum was very large. The war hounds were not blind. How could they not notice this? Alert! There are large amounts of warships on the lake. Damn! The southern summer monkeys. It's the southern summer monkeys. Dispatch the fleet. Dispatch the Air Force. Immediately sink these monkeys. When the southern summer fleet was still a few hours away from the port, the entire fortress began to prepare. The war hounds had occupied the north for over half a year, so it was impossible for them to not do anything. In fact, there were over 100 warships docked at the Song State port, all of them collected by the war hounds through various methods. These port fleets had just received orders from the fortress and were about to leave the port to prepare for battle, but they immediately exploded one by one. The giant shark gang had placed source energy bombs under the warships, and before the two sides even made contact, most of the warhound ships had already been destroyed. The warhounds were in chaos. At this moment, the Air Force was deployed. The warhounds' air superiority was the only advantage they had over Southern Xia. Although Southern Xia had the airships, they were too big and didn't have enough mobility. Other than the Heaven's Punishment airships that could shoot high up in the sky, their air force was very weak. Chu Tian gave a cold laugh, truly seeking death. When the warhounds' air force was prepared to dive down on the warships, the front row of warships suddenly released a storm of light bullets. Several tens of thousands of energy bullets filled the sky, and the war hounds' vulture riders were instantly torn to pieces. The broken pieces fell into the lake and dyed the lake red. Source energy spears. These were clearly source energy spears. The war hounds' spirit beasts knew that Southern Xiao's army was equipped with quite a few of these weapons and were prepared to be attacked by them. But they thought that as long as they charged forward, the threat of these weapons would be a joke. In the end, They never would have thought that Southern Xia's attack would be 10 times stronger than they had imagined. Southern State's 30,000 reserve army had arrived. This was an army that Miracle Commerce had trained for themselves. Miracle Commerce did not hesitate to invest in this army. The 30,000 barbarian berserkers not only had shocking close combat strength, they were divided into teams of 10, and each team had at least one storm rifle and one source energy cannon. The other members had submachine guns. 30,000 people meant 3,000 storm rifles. 3,000 storm rifles meant it was enough to create a storm of death. Not to mention the fact that Miracle Commerce had developed a multi-barreled heavy firearm that had a total of 6 barrels and could fire 6,000 bullets per minute. This was a weapon that was even more violent than the storm rifles, and Miracle Commerce's weapon designers called it the Destruction Heavy Rifle. Although it couldn't be moved, once it was fixed, it could instantly create a strong suppressive fire in an area. Because of the high material requirements and high energy requirements, there was not enough production of these heavy machine guns. The entire army only had 10 of them, but it was enough to create a terrifying killing effect. With this kind of disparity in strength, was there even a need to fight? It wasn't that Chu Tian looked down on these fellows, not to mention their current numbers. Even if the war hounds increased their numbers by 3-5 times, they still wouldn't be able to pose a threat to the Southern Summer Fleet. Miracle Commerce bought large amounts of materials and metals from all over the world, and most of them were used to create the source energy weapons. They had never sold large amounts of weapons from start to finish, and used all of their high-end weapons on their own army, selling the rest to Southern Xia. The current destructive power of this army was not something any army could imagine. The war hounds' aerial forces collapsed as soon as they clashed with the Southern Xia fleet. Only a small portion of them escaped in a sorry state, not daring to approach Southern Xia's army again. Seal the fortress! Seal the fortress! Several wolf race commanders roared out in shock and anger. They never would have thought that the Southern Summer Country would become this powerful. Their weapons progress was just too fast. It hadn't even been a year since the Imperial City battle, and their firepower had increased by more than 10 times. The war hounds' fortress soldiers were busy preparing their defenses. Several dozen earth-shattering explosions came from the fortress. The source energy bombs that Chu Tian and Vivian had secretly placed had all exploded. Although it was just several dozen source energy bombs, even if they were the most powerful bombs, it was not enough to destroy the several 100,000 soldiers. However, not killing them did not mean they had no effect. The source energy bombs were placed in important areas of the fortress, and this series of explosions not only caused the fortress defenses to collapse, it also caused all kinds of fortifications to lose their effectiveness. The fortress soldiers were in a mess, already falling into chaos. The Southern Summer Army had enough time to reach the port. The source energy cannons on the ships began to wildly bombard, turning the warhound ships and port into ruins. Fully armed barbarian berserkers began to disembark. The warhound's port guards could not stop them. Miracle Commerce's berserker, heavy infantry, disembarked without any obstructions. These barbarian soldiers were armed to the teeth as they charged towards the exploding and burning fortress several miles away, preparing all kinds of equipment. It was almost at the same time. Several airships appeared above the warhound's fortress, and one of the Heaven's Punishment airships had already opened its bomb bay. As long as Miracle Commerce gave the order to attack, countless powerful bombs would rain down on the fortress. It's over. It was completely over. The warhound's fortress was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Whether it was the berserker army, the bombing airships, or the over 100,000 soldiers of Southern Xia, the fortress was in chaos and there was no way to stop them at all. Although the spirit beasts were fierce by nature, facing this absolute disadvantage, they were filled with despair. They couldn't even display the spirit of a trapped beast. Chu Tian saw that the situation was about right. He picked up a communication device and opened the public channel. Everyone pay attention. Stop attacking. Everyone pay attention. Stop attacking. All the attacking forces stopped attacking. But the air, land, and water forces were already suppressing the fortress. Countless weapons were still aimed at the fortress, and the war hounds did not have any leeway to fight back. Connect to the airship loudspeakers. Chu Tian's communication device was connected to the loudspeakers on the airships. His voice could be transmitted to the entire fortress through these loudspeakers, allowing every soldier in the fortress to hear him clearly. Good friends, I am called Chu Tian. I think everyone knows me, so I'm too lazy to introduce myself. With the current situation, you have no chance of winning. I'll give you a chance to live. Kill the Eagle Burial Kingdom's commander, put down your weapons, and surrender. I swear on my honor that I will not kill or mistreat any captives. Don't believe them. The expressions of the two commanders from the Eagle Burial Kingdom fell. Humans are despicable and cunning. They can't be trusted. We have already displayed our strength. There is no chance for us in this battle. Even if the Eagle Burial Kingdom personally comes, Miracle Commerce and Southern Xia are not afraid at all. Since there is no need to fight this battle, why do you need to make pointless sacrifices for the Eagle Burial Kingdom? I'll give you 5 minutes. If the reply I want doesn't appear, I can only turn this place into scorched earth and set the entire Warhound Plains on fire. I'll slaughter your entire tribe. This was a blatant threat. Did the war hounds people have a choice? The spirit beasts were fierce by nature. They knew that with the current situation, it was impossible to take down Southern Xia. Under the survival instincts of wild beasts, there was an uproar in the fortress. Not long passed. This uproar calmed down. The 2 Eagle Burial Kingdom commanders and several dozen high-ranking Eagle Burial Kingdom generals were killed. The several 100,000 fortress soldiers threw down their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. The Southern Xia people were a bit confused. Southern Xia clearly had the advantage. So why did they let go of these forces? If these several 100,000 people were killed, the warhounds would be heavily injured and it would be hard for them to recover. Our true enemy is the Eagle Burial Kingdom, and the Warhounds Plains are the buffer between the Eagle Burial Kingdom and the Southern Summer Kingdom. As long as we force the Warhounds to betray the Eagle Burial Kingdom, the Warhounds Plains will automatically become our buffer against the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Not only can we not kill these Warhounds Plains soldiers, we must release them when necessary and even provide them with some equipment and help. Chu Tian said this before adding another point. Other than that, with this example of not killing captives, it will be much easier for us to recover later on. It was like what Chu Tian said. Not only did the Southern Summer Kingdom not kill these several 100,000 soldiers, they even fed them well. When Southern Xia sent out 3 armies to recover the imperial region, Furna State and Song State, they were unobstructed. The warhounds already had no confidence, and their morale was low. Now that their main force of several 100,000 had been defeated, what reason did they have to put up a desperate resistance? The Southern Xia army opened up 1,000 miles and finally regained all the land they lost half a year ago. Chapter 456. The Warhounds' southern fortress was effortlessly captured by the Southern Summer Country. The general situation was set in stone, and there was no other way to change it. So what if the Warhounds Plains had tens of millions of spirit beasts as soldiers? Fighting in this world was never about numbers. Miracle Commerce's 30,000 berserkers could kill hundreds of thousands of enemies as easily as drinking water. The Warhounds' elites had been seriously consumed over a long period of time and after several large battles. How could they have any excess left? Not to mention that war was not about military strength, but rather national strength. The Warhounds' kingdom had already gone through many hardships. So how could they raise another large army? The several 100,000 soldiers in the southern fortress were just relying on the food and resources they had plundered from Southern Xia. After the several 100,000 elite soldiers surrendered, the war hounds' plains did not have any soldiers or food. On the other hand, Chu Tian's subordinates were like clouds, and Arnold led the forest locals to instantly kill the prairie experts. Even if they were placed in the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom, they would still be considered first or second-class experts. It was because of this that when Chu Tian attacked Imperial City, Arnold and several dozen people charged forward. But when they returned, they did not know who the Fang King was. Everyone searched and found that the new war hound's king had been killed by several dozen people. This pitiful war hound's king had truly died a useless death. Arnold did not realize that he was a king at all and treated him like a lackey. The entire imperial region, Song State and Furnace State, had all been captured. The war hound's plains were like dried oil lamps. How could they resist the powerful southern summer country? The war hound's kingdom, this regime that had been established for less than half a year, had already collapsed. The large tribes of the war hound's plains had suffered heavy losses. It could be said that they tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. They would most likely blame each other, and the entire plains would return to their scattered state, with no chance of a comeback. When they returned to the former imperial city of the southern summer country, this city did not have the prosperity of several hundred years. In that incomparably tragic imperial city battle, 2 of the 3 rulers of the southern summer 3 rulers had died, and over 100,000 soldiers had been bathed in blood. In the end, the city had formed a resistance army of several 100,000. Unfortunately, resistance was futile. In the Battle of Imperial City, a third of the city was destroyed and the population was reduced by a fifth. After the war hounds took over Imperial City, they looted the entire city and took all the treasures and resources. They turned the humans into spirit beast slaves and killed anyone who resisted, reducing the population by another fifth. The war hounds' southern attack had failed and the entire army had suffered heavy losses. But luckily the previous Fang King had foresight and left the elite demon wolf cavalry in the imperial region. So although the entire army had been wiped out and the Fang King had died, the war hounds still had enough strength to defend their rear. The Eagle Burial Kingdom urgently sent a new king. Because the Warring Kingdom was in a tight situation on all sides, the Eagle Burial Kingdom was fighting at least 8 countries at the same time, so they did not have any extra strength to attack the small southern summer country. This war hound's king could not wait for reinforcements, so he could only learn from his predecessor's failure. He decided to prepare for a long battle. The war hound's king enslaved several million humans, opening up fields in the wilderness to provide supplies for the war hounds. He enslaved several million people to build the southern fortress and repair the destroyed docks to prepare for a long battle. He enslaved several million people to build ships and forge equipment to prepare for the battle in the future. In order to not give southern Xia a chance to breathe, he sent out teams to disturb them. During this process, there were at least 10 million people who were forced to work. They were beaten to death, worked to death, starved to death, ran away, and resisted. In short, the remaining population was reduced to less than half. The war, enslavement, and running for their lives caused almost all the adult males to die. As for the females, this was relatively lucky because the spirit beasts had no interest in human women. But their lack of interest did not mean other people had no interest. The war hound's king prepared more resources and funds, so he ordered his army to capture large amounts of young and beautiful human women and sell them to the northern countries. However, because it was troublesome and took a long time, there weren't many sold, but it still caused quite a bit of population loss. In short, after half a year of war, the people had no way to live. The northern population was less than a fourth of what it used to be. When the old imperial cities' scorched black gates were opened, the once bustling streets were filled with collapsed walls. The stench filled the air, and it was a complete mess. There were no adult males in sight, and the ones that came out were all women, children, and old people. They were all wearing ragged clothes and hugging their clothes. How could there be any of the proud citizens of Imperial City? They were simply a group of beggars. Our king has finally returned. We knew that the southern summer country would not abandon us. Long live the southern summer country. Long live the southern summer country. Long live the southern summer country. Countless beggars cried out as they gathered on the streets. This scene was undoubtedly very touching. They were once proud citizens of Imperial City, living rich lives, but now their families had been torn apart. The Southern Summer King revealed a look of shame. All of this was because the northern defenses were not good and they finally gave up on Imperial City and the two northern states. The Southern Summer King was the calm martial ruler of the southern summer country, the commander of the army and the highest commander on the front lines. Everything becoming like this was a major dereliction of duty on his part. The warhounds are destined to be destroyed. The warhounds' planes will no longer be able to cause trouble. The southern summer country will work with miracle commerce to conquer them. Everyone needs to quickly rebuild their homes. The southern summer people quickly comforted the refugees. The Mengqinggu sisters, Nangongyin, Vivian, and the others all revealed pained expressions, especially the emotional Meng Yingying. She simply did not dare believe that in just half a year, Imperial City had turned into a ghost city. The citizens were all skin and bones from starvation, living like lonely ghosts in the ruins. Was this the cruelty of war? Meng Yingying felt a strong sense of guilt. Southern Xia's northern side had fallen, and the tens of millions of people were suffering. But she still lived a rich life, almost forgetting about this place. Thinking about it, if this world did not have Chu Tian, perhaps all of southern Xia would not have been able to escape. How could she be any better than these people? Although it was not her responsibility, she still felt a strong sense of guilt. Meng Yingying pulled on Chu Tian's clothes. Let's help them rebuild the city. Chu Tian gave a slight nod. Rebuilding the homeland is easy, but defending it is hard. We need to take care of the northern side. Only then can we prevent this matter from happening again. Mengqinggu ordered Vivian to use the space warehouse to bring large amounts of medicine and supplies to the refugees, which could temporarily alleviate the urgent situation. The southern reinforcements would arrive in a few days, so there was no need to worry about this matter. They sat together for a meeting. The contents of this meeting were how to repair southern Xia, how to deal with the prisoners, and how to clean up the northern prairies. The Warhounds' King strategy was very conservative, but strictly speaking, it was correct. The Warhounds madly enslaved humans to open up land, build forts, build ships, and make equipment. 1, they could accumulate strength, and 2, they could wait for the best time. The only thing they didn't expect was that southern Xia was changing too quickly. Now the Warhounds' kingdom was finished. Southern Xia had captured at least 800,000 spirit beasts in the imperial region, Song State and Furnace State, including the 100,000 demon wolf cavalry from the Eagle Burial Kingdom. How to deal with these troops was a headache. According to reason, these were all evil invaders. They should have burned them all in the old imperial city to vent the anger of the people and raise morale. But reason told everyone that this wasn't right. 60 to 70% of the prisoners were elites of the Warhounds' Plains, and the rest were sent by the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Now that they had betrayed the Eagle Burial Kingdom, if they could use them, this strength could become a barrier for the southern summer country to defend against the Eagle Burial Kingdom's invasion in the north. Chu Tian once again gave his opinion. I think that when we return the Warhounds' Plains, we can create a puppet regime in the Warhounds' Plains and create a northern militant kingdom. We can only be assured if we control the plains in our hands. Prop up a puppet regime? The southern summer king agreed in his heart, but the possibility of it being implemented was not high. The Warhounds and the southern summer country are old enemies. Is it easy to create a puppet regime? Actually, it's not hard. We can leave this matter to miracle commerce. Mengqinggu began to plan. We have many experts in the forest, whether it is spirit beasts or other races. There are quite a few of them. We can send a few strong spirit beasts to establish a colonial power in the Warhounds' Plains. Other than that, the shaman priests lose, I think he should be very interested in developing his shaman religion on the plains. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. The Warhounds Plains is a natural fertile land for the shaman religion, and we have all seen the shaman sorcerer's methods. With Luza's ability and our miracle commerce's strength, it won't take long for those thorns to be controlled. Whether it is convincing or being controlled by goo insects, there are ways to make them kneel at our feet. That's right, we can imitate the Eagle Burial Kingdom's method and use their colonial power to rule the Warhounds Plains, using their faith to consolidate their rule. When we completely control the plains, whether it is the plains or miracle commerce, we can create a win-win situation. I think that as long as the tribes of the plains aren't stupid, they will give up on the Eagle Burial Kingdom and join us. The Southern Summer King saw that the two of them were filled with confidence, so he asked in a probing voice, "Are you confident?" Sending several 100,000 elites back to the plains, Southern Xia would have to bear a large risk. Southern Summer King doesn't need to worry. We just need to choose a suitable Northern Militant King, and the Northern Militant Kingdom will be established in a few months. Chu Tian swept his eyes over the vast prairies. Right now our momentum is at its peak, so why don't we take back the ancestral lands of the Southern Summer Country? From now on, we'll call the country Great Summer. With this said, even the Southern Summer King, with his calm personality, revealed an excited expression. Gu Qianqiu and Yun Tianhe were filled with joy. The wish of Southern Xia was to take back their ancestral land and rebuild Great Summer. This goal was already right in front of them. Although the kingdom's current national strength and population did not live up to its name, with the kingdom's current potential and speed of development, the Great Summer Country's name was well deserved. Chapter 457. Establishing a Northern Militant Country puppet regime on the Warhounds Plains was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Rather, it was a strategic decision made by Miracle City. Whether it was Chu Tian or Meng Qingguo, they both recognized a problem. Miracle Commerce was an outside power, so it was not an easy matter for them to expand in the Forest of Chaos. The Forest of Chaos was an endless civilized wilderness on the surface, but the seemingly barren wasteland was actually very complicated. The entire Forest of Chaos was filled with large amounts of hidden powers. Miracle Commerce was a subsidiary power of the Eternal Forest in name, but they did not have enough support from the Eternal Forest. They might not be able to feel it at the start, but before long, all the powers would come from all directions. It wasn't hard to foresee that Miracle Commerce would be hindered in the future, not to mention expanding their territory to attack cities. Even if they built factories, built barracks, or mined large amounts, it would attract the jealousy of others. Now they could use this chance to release a portion of their strength and resources and export them to the outside world to establish a power. Using Miracle Commerce's superiority in transportation, they would not be limited by space even if they were tens of thousands of miles away, allowing them to invest and expand. The Northern Militant Country puppet regime had a large significance. This would be an independent kingdom under Miracle Commerce's control. Meng Qingguo had studied the northern plains of the Southern Summer Country. This plains was very large, including the Imperial Region Plains, Tsang State Plains, and the Warhounds Plains. Moreover, it extended in all directions, covering an area of several tens of millions of square kilometers. It was like the borders of 4 or 5 kingdoms, so the natural foundation was not bad. It was just that the native spirit beasts were too stupid. The Warhounds Plains occupied 60% of the plains, spanning over 10,000 miles. The terrain was smooth and there were no natural barriers, so it could become the center of a region in the future. The Warhounds Plains was not a barren land. There were tens of millions of spirit beasts and hundreds of thousands of miles of fertile plains. Whether it was the population, soil, or resources, they all had a lot of value to develop. It was just that the stupid spirit beasts did not know how to develop it. Once the puppet regime was established on the Warhounds Plains, the Southern Xia side would also give them a large amount of support because the north was stable and the resources could be shared. This was in line with the Great Summer Country's core benefits. If the North and South were connected like this, they would not lose to a warring level kingdom. And so it was happily decided. Chu Tian made a decision on the spot. Dongfang Haran, you will be stationed on the War Hounds Plains front lines and stabilize the situation there. Luz will bring the shaman priests to the War Hounds Plains to spread the shaman religion. Arnold, you can think of a way to win over the War Hounds Plains. This land is very fertile. How much territory and people you can steal will all depend on your own abilities. Everyone was tempted, especially the orc Luz. Luz was the chief priest of Miracle City's shaman religion, and he knew that the War Hounds Plains was suitable for establishing the shaman religion. The large War Hounds tribes were poor, and now they were facing a bitter defeat, so it was the best time for a religion to invade. As long as Miracle Commerce provided material support, the orthodox shaman religion would spread in this land. Only Luz was a bit worried. He hesitantly said, Sir City Lord, although the prairies are good, it is too far from the forest. Although the transport tower can directly reach Central State, it will take several days to reach the War Hounds tribe from Central State. I'm afraid there won't be enough manpower. How could I not have thought of this problem? You can be assured I won't be idle. From Central State to the War Hounds country, the distance is a bit big. For efficiency, I will build a transport tower in the Northern Militant Country as soon as possible. In the future, the Northern Militant Country's transport tower will connect to Miracle City's transport tower, and you can go back and forth at any time. The tribe chiefs were overjoyed. This was truly a large piece of good news. If the prairies had a transport tower, what difference was there from Miracle City's back garden? Miracle City's people could come and go as they pleased. There was no need to worry about managing them like this. These tribal chiefs could freely recruit soldiers and buy horses in this region to establish their power. Everyone excitedly received their orders and left. The War Hounds Plains has a transport tower, so it will naturally be more convenient. Meng Qinggu asked with knit brows, but we really can't take out the materials to build the transport tower. This was also the problem that gave Chu Tian a headache. There was the Eye of the Star, the core material for the transport tower, but there weren't enough spatial crystals to use at all. The no materials had already been used up by Chu Tian. How could this kind of rare material be easily obtained? There was no other choice. They could only search and do their best to search. Chu Tian said, "We'll split up and search. The young miss will be in charge of purchasing materials in the forest, and I'll go to the north and other regions, searching in the markets of the surrounding large countries. I think there will be some harvests. I'll also use this chance to open up several markets for miracle commerce and inquire about the situation of the nearby kingdoms." The Northern Militant Country's regime could not be established overnight. Miracle commerce did not lack money or resources. It was only a matter of time. Meng Qinggu brought people back to Miracle City. Miracle City was still full of things to do. They couldn't be without a leader for a long time. She was in a rush to deploy the smart brain and establish the city's intelligent management system. Chu Tian was very bored staying in the forest for several months. Using the excuse of purchasing materials and establishing the Northern Militant Country's regime, he planned to take a look around the nearby countries, so he was not in a rush to return. Nangong, Vivian, and the others all had missions, so although they wanted to follow Chu Tian, they couldn't leave right now, so they could only obediently follow the young miss back to the city. 1 week later, the Southern Summer King, Dongfang, announced in the old imperial city that the country would be changed to Great Summer. The north had been heavily damaged, and for the development of the kingdom, the Great Summer Country made Central State City the new capital. Furnace State and Song State remained the same, but the imperial region and the lost land in the north were divided into 7 new states. The Great Xia Kingdom didn't have the intention to continue expanding to the north. They expanded to the south, west, and east. They occupied more desolate lands and established 3 more prefectures. The Great Xia Kingdom had a total of 16 prefectures and counties, which was more than double the original size. In terms of land area, the Great Xia Kingdom was already a large kingdom in name and in reality. The Great Summer King once again created marquises. The 3 southern and 3 northern states were all controlled by people who held important positions in miracle commerce and had a high status in the Great Summer Country. For example, Dongfang Haoren, Gu Qianqiu, Yun Tianhe, as well as the Nangong family and Shangguan family. These 6 areas were made into special administrative areas by the Great Summer Country. They were areas developed and managed by Miracle Commerce and the Great Summer Country. They supported Miracle Commerce's factories, cities, and army training camps, and they did not collect any taxes at all. Other than that, the country guarding ruler Chu Tian was given the title of Great Summer Country Scholar, and the Yun Meng monarch Meng Qinggu was given the title of Great Summer Foreign Minister. Dongfang Gan was very clear that the Great Summer Country's prosperity could not be separated from Miracle Commerce, and Miracle Commerce needed the Great Summer Country. The 2 of them were mutually beneficial in order to achieve a win-win situation. What was there to care about with a few more empty titles? Chu Tian had already said that even if the Southern Summer King's throne was given to him, he would not be interested, not to mention this kind of empty title. When the Great Summer Country held the title ceremony and National Day ceremony, he did not even attend. At this time, Chu Tian was bringing the 2 young and big beauties, galloping into the depths of the prairies. This was a business trip, so Chu Tian was not in a rush to finish his mission. He immediately brought Meng Yingying to have fun on the prairies. Meng Yingying was very happy playing. The prairie scenery was completely different. In this week, she had visited various ancient ruins and mixed into the nomadic tribes. She had seen the magnificent scene of 10,000 horses galloping. There were no external enemies or internal threats. She had Chu Tian by her side every day. They camped together and played together. This was simply one of the happiest moments of her life. On this day, as the sun set, Chu Tian and Meng Yingying were tired from playing. The 2 of them sat shoulder to shoulder on a ball of grass as they watched the sunset. The fiery red sunset dyed the entire sky red, and the prairie was also illuminated in a beautiful golden red color. This boundless and boundless grassland was truly enchanting and pleasing to the eye. Meng Yingying's hands were hugging her knees, and the sunset dyed her white jade-like face red. She said in a casual voice, "Hey, Chu Tian, we've known each other for over a year. Have you forgotten to say something to me?" "Say what?" "You know it in your heart." Meng Yingying fiercely glared at him. "Humph! I'm telling you, you can't just leave this matter hanging. I'm almost an adult, so if you don't make a move, I won't wait for you." Chu Tian pretended to be stupid. "Yingying, what do you want to say? Why can't I understand anything at all?" The happy mood that Meng Yingying had accumulated over the past few days was suddenly destroyed by this damn fellow. She had already said it this clearly, but this fellow still pretended to be stupid. She gave an angry snort and stood up to leave. "Just wait to regret it. I'm ignoring you." Chu Tian gave a laugh. As soon as she turned around, he immediately reached out to grab her slender waist. You rogue." Meng Yingying's face turned as red as an apple. She struggled a few times and then half pushed and half leaned into his embrace. "You're bullying me. I'll go back and tell my elder sister." "Yingying, you're right. There are some things that can't be dilly-dallied." Chu Tian completely ignored Meng Yingying's threats. He closed his eyes and sniffed the fragrance coming from the girl's hair. "Let's get married." Meng Yingying felt her mind go blank. What was this bastard's brain thinking? The 2 of them hadn't even officially started dating yet, but he had already skipped this step. This fellow's way of thinking was hard to accept. Meng Yingying found that she could never keep up with this bastard's thinking. You're not willing." Chu Tian let go and said with a shrug, "Then forget it." No. I didn't say I'm not willing. Don't misunderstand. Meng Ying quickly shouted, but then felt that it was a bit inappropriate. This is a bit too rushed. Also, what about elder sister and the others? It was a bit inappropriate to bring this up at this time. Chu Tian's brows immediately knit together. Although there were many beautiful women by his side, and they were all very outstanding, in comparison he had known Ying the longest. So his feelings for her were the purest. The young miss was a great beauty with peerless talent. It was impossible for any normal man not to be moved. The amount of time that Chu Tian spent with the young miss, their interactions, and their feelings were not less than Ying's. But it was more of a cooperative relationship between colleagues and friends. So it wasn't as natural and sincere as when he was with Ying. Chu Tian couldn't say who was better, but he felt the most comfortable with Ying. Humph, I'm not blind. This problem can't be avoided. Elder sister definitely likes you, Meng Ying indignantly said. There's also Nangong, Vivian, and the others. Even if they don't have that kind of feeling for you, they still worship you and most likely don't have the ability to resist you. I really don't know what's so good about a fellow like you. You have so many problems, but you can still seduce so many women. He really couldn't see it. This little lass was quite perceptive. Chu Tian said with a helpless face, It's my fault that my charm is too high. I'm actually very low-key. I swear to the heavens, I've never taken the initiative to seduce anyone. Meng Ying gave an unhappy snort. There was no rigid monogamy on the continent. No matter if it was a man or woman, as long as they were outstanding enough, it wasn't strange for them to have multiple partners. It could even be considered a normal matter. Ying admitted that she was a bit narrow-minded, but she wasn't a stingy person. What made her confused and annoyed was her inferiority complex. That's right, it was inferiority complex. This inferiority complex didn't just come from Chu Tian's excellence, which made her feel that her birth was ordinary and her talent was mediocre, but it also came from a series of strong competitors. Her elder sister, Nangong, and Vivian, each one of them was outstanding. They had strong abilities, good talent, and high birth. These people had a good relationship with her, and she didn't reject them, but there was a sense of crisis deep in her heart. She felt that she wasn't as good as any one of them. It was because of this that the lazy and playful Ying had completely changed over the past year. She did her best to stay up late and study, working hard to invent the canned food, help develop the space warehouse, help create the spiritual illusion, and etc. Ying was different from her elder sister, Meng Qingguo. She didn't have any ambitions or ambitions. She just wanted to catch up. Stupid girl, there really is something wrong with your brain. What are you thinking about all these random things for? Chu Tian could feel the girl's complex and contradictory feelings. He revealed a faint smile and used his hand to support her beautiful face. The Ying I like will always be unique and no one can compare to you. After saying this, he slightly lowered his head and kissed the girl's tender lips. Under the beautiful setting sun, the two of them tightly hugged each other. Chapter 458. Meng Ying was stunned for a few seconds, and her blurred eyes became hazy. She didn't resist and slowly closed her eyes. A crystal clear tear came out from the corner of her eye. It was tears of joy. It was strange to say. Before Meng Ying met Chu Tian, she couldn't understand the matters of love. Ever since this fellow, Chu Tian, appeared in her life, her heart was immediately occupied by this fellow. This was the first time she had fallen in love with someone. Was this the so-called love at first sight? This fellow was clearly bad, and he often made her angry. She didn't know why, but she couldn't escape his shadow in her life, no matter what time or situation. As long as she was with Chu Tian, she would feel very happy and satisfied. Whether it was eating, sleeping, or even breathing, she would think of him. She felt like there was an invisible string connected to the other side, and no matter where she went, she couldn't forget that thought. If she didn't see him for a day, she would feel incomparably empty. Meng Ying was clear in her heart that Chu Tian had a good impression of her. She didn't have much confidence in herself, and this moment had come too suddenly, making Meng Inying feel at a loss. She didn't know how to react at this moment. Forget it. She would just give up. Kuh! There was a light cough. Chun Bingyu appeared on the small hill like a ghost. Although her face was covered and her expression couldn't be seen, her eyes were still staring at the two of them. Her eyes were filled with a complex and strange light as she said in her usual indifferent voice, "I'm really sorry I've disturbed you." Meng Inying quickly jumped up like a frightened rabbit. "Big Sister Bingyu, it's not like this, it's all his fault." "Fuck! This woman who came and went like a ghost, she actually ruined my good matter. Can you not be so exaggerated? We are in a relationship, not having an affair." Chu Tian casually pulled her over. "Big Sister Bing, you came at the right time. I've already decided to marry Inying. Shouldn't you celebrate?" Chun Bingyu's expression didn't change at all. "I really must congratulate you." Meng Inying couldn't take it anymore. She put her hands on her hips and shouted, "Hey, you hooligan, did I agree? You're just talking nonsense." "What? You don't agree?" "I didn't say that I don't agree. Yes, I just feel that we're not that old. There's no rush." "No, it's not that there's no rush. It's just—" Meng Inying started to speak incoherently. The more she spoke, the redder her face became. In the end, she lowered her head and muttered, "We have to pick a suitable time and opportunity. It won't be good if we're abrupt like this." Chu Tian grinned and wanted to tease him a little more. "I think that this kind of thing should be discussed in private." Chun Bingyu didn't seem to want to watch anymore. Luz has made some progress. He needs to take some time out of his busy schedule to deal with it. Meng Inying seemed to have finally found a chance to escape. She quickly seized the opportunity and asked, "What's going on?" "Isn't Luz preparing to establish the shaman religion on the prairies? How could he encounter trouble?" Chun Bingyu replied, "There are several large nomadic tribes in the western part of the prairies that have collapsed. It should be because of the battle with southern Xia that drained their savings, and adding in the beast plague that caused the beasts to die, it finally caused the entire tribe to collapse, forming a large number of refugees. Luz hopes to absorb them and establish his influence like this." "Understood." The War Hound's plains were already empty due to internal strife, and they had been fighting with southern Xia for over half a year. The large tribe's lives were unspeakably bitter, and there were many people who didn't have food to eat. It was because the War Hound's tribes were in a difficult situation that gave Chu Tian the chance to occupy this area. The collapse of several tribes had formed a large number of refugees. Wasn't this a good time for the church to spread their teachings? Luz hoped that Chu Tian could use Miracle Commerce's space warehouse to transport enough food to help these refugees. "Let's dress up before we go." Chu Tian's name was not famous in a barbaric place like the War Hound's plains, but Chu Tian and Meng Inying were humans in the end. The War Hounds and humans had been mortal enemies for thousands of years, so if they interfered as humans, it would not be good for them. After half a day, the three of them found Luz. The disguise of the three of them was not complicated. They just put on a large and bulky robe and put on masks and gloves, not revealing any part of their bodies. Finally, they used some kind of medicine to change their human scent. Luz respectfully cupped his hands to Chu Tian, "Sir City Lord." Chu Tian sized up the surrounding situation. Other than the shaman priests led by Luz, there were several forest chiefs who were maintaining order. There were around 40–50,000 refugees gathered. This scale was enough to form a medium to large tribe on the War Hound's plains. From the current situation, this number could still increase. All of these people were sick, starving, and emaciated to the point of being skin and bones. They didn't seem like vicious plunderers at all. They were simply a group of homeless stray dogs. "The shaman god will guide any stray spirit beasts. Now let me see your pain." Chu Tian's voice was hoarse and deep, like he had used a voice-changing technique. He first looked at the tens of thousands of War Hounds, refugees that were filled with longing, and spoke a lot of comforting words in the spirit beast language. Then he began to examine their bodies. Other than being hungry, these people were also suffering from a very serious disease. This was a very malignant parasitic disease. Once it entered the host's body, it would wildly multiply. First it would nest in the stomach, then it would invade the internal organs, and finally it would enter the bloodstream. It would wildly absorb spirit energy and energy, finally torturing the host to death. Moreover, contact was very contagious. One person would fall sick, and the people they came into contact with would not be able to escape. There was no cure for it in the War Hound's plains. Defeat, famine, and a contagious disease. These grandsons were truly unlucky. Chu Tian pretended to be mysterious and said a few prayers to the shaman god before leaving this place to make preparations. What do we do? I think their illness isn't light. Mang Yingying lifted her hood and immediately said, "We have several large warehouses in Central State that have canned food. I'll contact someone to send it over." "No, we won't use canned food this time." Chu Tian wrote down several recipes and a list. "Send these to the Central State Laboratory and have them refine the medicine according to this method." Mang Yingying did not understand alchemy, but Yingying had made quite a bit of progress in the past year. She found that these were all very cheap herbs. But since Chu Tian did not say anything, this matter should be easily taken care of. She immediately took out the communication device to contact Central State and had them quickly do it. 3 days later, the number of starving people had doubled and they couldn't hold on much longer. Chu Tian pulled over 10 large beast carriages, and each beast carriage was filled with large boxes. The shaman priests let out a sigh of relief when they saw this and quickly shouted out, "Long live the shaman god," causing the starving warhound citizens to loudly cheer. Luz revealed a confused expression. Why were there 10 carriages? There were already over 100,000 starving people here. Now that the news of the shaman religion helping the refugees had spread, perhaps there would be more refugees coming. How many people could eat with 10 beast carriages? It wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of these people. Open it. What appeared in these boxes was not food as he had imagined. Instead, it was potions that had been stored in small jars. This is the divine water bestowed by the shaman god. Chu Tian began to boast again. This divine water can alleviate your illnesses and create large amounts of food for you to pass through. This time it wasn't just Luz. Everyone's face was filled with shock. It was fine if the medicine could cure illnesses, but could it be used to fill one's stomach? Chu Tian took out a large bronze cauldron engraved with runes from the gourd. This bronze cauldron was a sacrificial tool used by the church, so it added a mysterious color to it. The shaman god said that everything in this world can be redeemed. Chu Tian said to everyone, "Now I ask everyone to send the grass into the cauldron. The shaman god's divine power will turn the fresh grass into food." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. How was this possible? Luz was filled with doubts, but he was afraid of being seen through, so he couldn't directly ask. He could only help by shouting, "Everyone follow the envoy's words. The shaman god will not lie to his believers." There wasn't much. Grass? There was as much grass as he wanted. The large cauldron was filled with bright green grass in less than 10 minutes. Chu Tian activated the source energy array engraved on the cauldron, and a surge of energy came from the cauldron. It was like all the grass had been thrown into a grass grinder and was immediately compressed into a large paste. Chu Tian acted as if he was a ghost and poured a bottle of medicine inside. In the end, an incredible thing happened. The paste quickly changed and finally turned into a kind of dry food. It was like it was made from baked grain, and it released an alluring fragrance. Pum! Chu Tian sent a palm at the cauldron. The dry rations were all ejected out, scattering among the refugees like a fairy scattering flowers. These refugees had long been starving, and when they smelled the alluring fragrance, they all rushed forward in a frenzy to snatch it. They were extremely hungry, and even if it was shit, as long as they could survive, they would eat it. But what was hard to believe was that the dry food made from grass not only filled their stomachs, it also tasted quite good. The most important thing was that when this dry food entered their stomachs, they could clearly feel their bodies quickly recovering. A miracle. This really is a miracle. The warhounds, spirit beasts, all kneeled down in worship. Wasn't this a miracle? Why did the warhounds invade southern summertime and time again? Wasn't it to survive? If even the cheapest grass could be turned into dry food, then the life of the warhounds, spirit beasts, and the warhounds' plains would have a large change. You can all see it. Chu Tian loudly shouted, "The shaman god has turned grass into food. Now the entire warhounds and the entire prairies are food. This food can not only solve your hunger, it can also cure your illnesses. This is a gift from the great shaman god. You won't have to suffer from famine anymore." Luz was filled with admiration towards Chu Tian. If a few hundred tons of canned food were transported here, although the problem could be solved, the cost would be relatively high, and the effect would not be as good. However, he came up with such an unprecedented method, turning grass into food. Just this cauldron alone in this period of time. How many followers could the shaman religion attract? This move was just too beautiful. Chapter 459. Luz said in a grateful voice, "It's all thanks to Sir City Lord's help that several 100,000 people have gathered over the past 2 days. I think most of them can become shaman believers. We will pick out talented people to train into shaman sorcerers to work for the City Lord. The shaman religion originated from the spirit beasts religion, so there's a high chance of success in this area. With Miracle Commerce's support and the Forest of Chaos experts' help, if you can't succeed," Chu Tian looked at him, "don't come back to see me. Just go eat shit and commit suicide." Luz wiped his sweat. Yes, we will definitely succeed." There was no problem with the Warhound Plains. The transport tower couldn't be delayed any longer. At this time, the great Summer King, Dongfanggon, contacted Chu Tian. He had already prepared the map and information of the various countries and also wanted Chu Tian's help. He hoped that Chu Tian could make a trip to the Great Summer northern capital. The Great Summer Imperial City was moved to the central state. The former imperial city had been renamed the Northern Capital, and although it wasn't the capital, it was still several hundred years old and was the #1 city in the north. When they announced their independence as the Great Summer Kingdom, all kinds of trouble came. A large kingdom was not just a name. Once they became a large kingdom, their diplomatic rank would be higher than a small kingdom's. The surrounding small kingdoms would even need to pay taxes to the large kingdoms. There weren't many interactions between countries in this era, unless it was a subordinate kingdom or a vassal kingdom. There were no geopolitical considerations. However, if there were several powers appearing in the same area, it would affect the interests and influence of those with benefits. The Warhound's kingdom was a subordinate kingdom of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. There was no other way. The Great Summer Country was an independent kingdom. How could it be easy for them to become a large kingdom? The surrounding countries all had opinions about the Great Summer Country, but these small kingdoms had limited abilities, so there was no need to care about them. What they needed to do now was to take care of the strong kingdoms. This did not conflict with Chu Tian's mission. Chu Tian wanted to find the incomparably precious spatial crystal, so he couldn't just run to the small kingdoms to look for it, right? Since it was like this, he would just do it. After obtaining the map and the relevant information, Chu Tian began his visit as a Great Summer Country's kingdom scholar. "I still don't understand." Mang Yingying was sitting on the airship. "How did you turn the weeds into food? These are clearly just weeds. Why do they have the ability to treat illnesses?" Actually, it's not hard to explain. The Warhound Plains soil is very fertile and contains a lot of spiritual energy. The grass can raise the beasts on the plains, which means it contains a lot of energy, but humans and demon beasts have different body structures, so they can absorb it. Chu Tian paused for a bit before continuing. "I only used medicine and source energy arrays to make the grass easier to absorb. It can indeed fill one's stomach and maintain one's life, but it's not very nutritious, so it's not suitable for long-term consumption. Meng Yingying showed an expression of understanding. So the food can cure the disease because the antidote was mixed into the medicine? There are times when you aren't stupid. Pooh, 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 you're the stupid one. The two of them sat on the airship, chatting and playing. Chun Bingyu sat cross-legged beside them, holding a cup of tea, not saying a word. Meng Yingying was tired of playing with Chu Tian. Where are we preparing to go? Chu Tian opened a large map with the Warhound Plains as the center. There were countries all around the Warhound Plains, with 3-4 small kingdoms in the north. Only these small kingdoms had smaller territories and populations than southern Xia, so they had already been annexed to the Eagle Burial Kingdom. So, to the north of these small kingdoms, there was a large kingdom territory. Although the map couldn't depict the entire Eagle Burial Kingdom, just a part of it was like Mount Tai was pressing down on the north. The Eagle Burial Kingdom was a spirit beast warring kingdom and the only warring kingdom nearby. The Eagle Burial Kingdom and the Eagle Burial Kingdom's sphere of influence, Chu Tian had no interest at all. Because of the chaos of war, it was hard for these places to have a mature market, so it was unlikely he could find the materials he wanted. Chu Tian's eyes looked over all the large and small kingdoms around the Warhound's Plains, finally falling on a country in the southwest corner that wasn't small. This country was long and narrow, not being big, but it was a place where several earth veins intersected, so it must be rich in resources. When Chu Tian saw the name of the country, he immediately thought of the bronze, masked old man he met in the Central State Black Market. Looking around, there are only a few large kingdoms. This is one. There hasn't been any large disturbances in several hundred years. Although the country isn't large, it is rich in resources, so the country's strength should be very strong. This is a large kingdom that is more worthy of its name than the Warhound's Kingdom or the newly formed Great Summer Country. Let's go there. What is the name of its country? Great Zhou Country. Pa. Meng Yingying and Chu Tian didn't have any reactions. Chun Bingyu, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly trembled, and the cup in her hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Meng Yingying asked in a strange voice, "What's wrong with elder Sister Bingyu?" Chun Bingyu realized that she had forgotten herself. "No, it's nothing." Meng Yingying's face was filled with confusion, and Chu Tian also saw it. Chun Bingyu was hiding some secrets. This woman's background was not normal, and it was even possible that she wasn't a person from southern Xia. From her reaction, could she be related to the Great Zhou Country? The Great Zhou Country wasn't much larger than the Southern Summer Country, but because of its strange shape, it was like a long snake twisting and turning. It allowed it to have direct or indirect contact with the Eagle Burial Kingdom, the Warhound's Plains, the Southern Summer Country, and even the Forest of Chaos. In the ancient era, the Great Zhou Country was a very prosperous land, so there were many precious inheritances and ruins left behind. The Great Zhou Country was built on the inheritances of their ancestors, so there were many sects in the Great Zhou Country, all kinds of inheritances clashing with each other. This was a country of sects. There was no fixed royal family or noble class. It was mainly the sects that ruled the country. The Great Zhou Country was a relatively close neighbor and also the strongest one. When Chu Tian visited the Great Zhou Country as a Great Summer Country scholar, it would be best if he could form an alliance with the Great Zhou Country. The Eagle Burial Kingdom dominated the north, always being a threat. If the Great Summer and Great Zhou countries joined together and supported the Northern Militant Kingdom as the vanguard, it wouldn't be hard to resist the Eagle Burial Kingdom. At least they could keep them in the north and not allow them to go south. Of course, it was hard to say if the Great Zhou Country would give Chu Tian face. The airship flew tens of thousands of meters in the air. It was unknown how many deserts and plains they passed, but they finally left the Great Summer Country and the Great Prairies. Ancient cities and buildings appeared in their sights. The world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. Even if they were human countries, their customs were all different. The great Zhou country's powers were hidden deep in the mountains, and the sects were built in sects rarely visited, blessed lands. On the contrary, the power gathered in the secular world was not strong, and most of the cities were just representatives of sects in the secular world. They farmed elixirs and raised spirit beasts, finally needing to pay tribute to the large sects. Using this method to obtain protection, they arrived at the heavenly Yin Mountain. The heavenly Yin Mountain was one of the great Zhou country's 8 famous mountains, and it was said to be one of the most ancient ruins. One of the great Zhou country's 6 large sects, the Black Moon sect, a sect that had existed for thousands of years. The surrounding large and small cities were all built around the heavenly Yin Mountain, belonging to the Black Moon sect's outer sect. Each city in the Black Moon sect's sphere of influence was the Black Moon sect's property. If there wasn't the Black Moon sect protecting them, these people wouldn't be able to survive here. Because of this, the people of the heavenly Yin Mountain treated the Black Moon sect as their highest duty. Most people would choose to join the Black Moon sect's outer sect as an outer sect disciple. If their talent was good enough, they could enter the heavenly Yin Mountain and become an inner sect disciple of the Black Moon sect, obtaining the Black Moon sect's thousands of years of inheritance. The Great Summer Country used states as geographical units. The Great Zhou Country used mountain gates as geographical units. This was very interesting. In order not to attract too much attention, Chu Tian decided to ride a normal griffin to discuss the situation. Although he was the Great Summer Country's official envoy, meeting the Great Zhou Country's king was a very troublesome matter. Wah, a griffin! It's actually a griffin. Chu Tian brought Chen Bingyu and Meng Yingying to a place called Yin Gathering City, which should be one of the largest cities near the heavenly Yin Mountain. What made the 3 of them feel strange was that when they rode a griffin here, it immediately caused a stir. It was like the Yin Gathering City citizens had never seen such a high-level mount before. Meng Yingying was puzzled. The Great Zhou Country is a large country. Why is a level 2 flying mount making such a big fuss out of nothing? The Great Zhou Country's peak strength is concentrated in the large mountain gates. Chen Bingyu said in a low voice, "These secular cities only have a few outer sect powers. They aren't that strong." The Great Zhou Country's strength was not evenly distributed. This was also a characteristic of sects like the Great Zhou Country. Chu Tian didn't care. When he was prepared to inquire about the situation, the crowd suddenly separated and a large group of black armored guards charged out. The one leading them was a large fatty wearing a jade robe. "What sect are you from?" This embroidered clothed fatty first looked at the griffin with a greedy gaze. Then his gaze fell on Meng Yingying. He couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise and joy, but his tone was very arrogant. Without notifying, "Why did you charge into the heavenly Yin Mountains?" Chu Tian didn't come to cause trouble, so he cupped his hands and said, "I am a Great Summer Country scholar. I came to visit a famous mountain in the Great Zhou Country. May I ask?" "Great Summer Country? Huh. You're talking about the small country that was beaten half to death by the spirit beasts in the southeast?" After this fatty understood where Chu Tian's group came from, his attitude became even more disdainful. These people looked very young and they came from a small country. So they should be some young master or young miss that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth to come here. I am an outer sect elder of the Black Moon sect and a deacon of Yin Gathering City. You trespassed into the heavenly Yin Mountain. This is already breaking the rules. Leave this griffin and use it as a tribute to the Black Moon sect. Meng Yingying was enraged. It's been a long time since someone dared to bully us. This was intolerable. "Fatty, why are you so unreasonable?" "Humph, this is the rule." "A griffin, no problem, no problem." Chu Tian patted Meng Yingying's shoulder as he comforted her. With his status, he didn't care about a level 2 demon beast. "This esteemed elder, can you introduce me to a high-level member of the Black Moon sect?" The fatty was a bit surprised. This brat just gave out a level 2 griffin like this? This griffin was worth at least 20 low-grade source stones. Could he have met a group of prodigal children? My Black Moon sect is one of the famous sects of the Great Joe Country. How could a nameless rat like you have the qualifications to visit us? Don't think that a single griffin can open the Black Moon sect's gates. However, if you're sincere, I can give you a chance. Fatty revealed a sinister expression. Recently, I've been cultivating a strange dual cultivation technique. If you can lend me your female companion, I might be happy and agree. Chapter 460. Meng Yingying's body trembled with anger. Chu Tian was not angry, not because he could endure it, but rather because he was very puzzled. What was this pig's brain made of? He was probably one of the strongest people in Gathering City. He was used to being tyrannical, and he had the Black Moon sect behind him. So he was not afraid of these young people from small countries. But did he not notice that he couldn't see through the cultivation of these 3 young people? This damn pig was at most in the 5th to 6th awakened soul layer. With this level in Chu Tian's eyes, he couldn't even be considered trash. In the past, the 3rd-rate experts in the southern Summer Imperial City would be stronger than him by a large amount. Even in Central State City, he would only be considered 2nd-rate. This kind of idiot was crazily shouting at true spirit cultivators, and he actually felt good about himself. For a poor and small country to be able to cultivate in a large country, this is the blessing of several lifetimes. I am an outer sect elder of the Black Moon sect, and many of my family's elders are in the Black Moon sect, so I will enter the inner sect sooner or later. At that time, I will have a status in the Great Zhou country. What this brat can give you, I can also give you, so why do you need to follow a young master from a small country? The fatty already saw Meng Yingying as something in his bag. I don't like to use force, so if you're tactful, then come over. Otherwise... Chu Tian shook his head. Yingying, if you can't hold it in, then don't hold it in. It wouldn't be good if you hurt your body, so I'll protect you if anything happens. The Black Moon sect's outer sect elder was stunned by Chu Tian's words. Meng Yingying released a dazzling glow of spirit energy, and a mirror appeared above her head. A giant flame bird appeared in the mirror, and an incomparably hot flame spirit energy was released. It was accompanied by a clear and divine phoenix cry that resounded through the 9 heavens. The onlookers were all stunned. Chu Tian also revealed a shocked expression. Meng Yingying's mirror source spirit's main ability was to duplicate, but the duplication had its limits. If it was a high-level source spirit or a high-level cultivation technique, she could not duplicate it. Other than that, the source spirit was effective and the mirror image would disappear after a few days. Now not only could Yingying duplicate a god-level source spirit, she could also keep a mirror image. This meant that this girl's strength had increased by a lot and her source spirit had also increased with her strength, so she could keep a permanent mirror image. Although it was lacking compared to the real Fire Phoenix source spirit, it was still a very strong battle-type source spirit. Boom! Countless raging flames transformed into a pair of huge phoenix wings, and countless scorching and destructive divine flames flowed around her body, making her look like a goddess who controlled flames and the power of destruction. Even a blind person would be able to tell. This young girl's cultivation was probably far beyond his imagination. The fat man hurriedly shouted, "I'm an outer elder of the Xian Yin sect. This is the territory of the Tian Yin Mountain. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, do you think you can escape unscathed?" Humph! After following Chu Tian for so long, do you think you can scare me with this kind of threat? Pah! Meng Yingying gave a tender laugh. Heaven burning fist! This move was clearly copied from Nangong Yun's body. A huge flaming fist smashed into the fatty's body, and that pitiful protective yuan qi evaporated like it had met with high-temperature water. The berserk flaming energy was like a flood that broke through a dam and instantly smashed into the opposite house, burning a hole in the ground along the way. Meng Yingying was shocked by herself. I actually became this strong. This fist clearly only used 20% of my strength. This damn fatty wouldn't have been killed by a single fist, right? The surrounding people began to shout out in fear. Ah, the elder has been hit. Such guts! Actually daring to hit the Black Moon sect's outer sect elder in the Tian Mountain. Dozens of black-armored bodyguards surrounded them in anger and shock. Meng Yingying casually struck out with her palm again. This time, she only used 10% of her strength. The palm energy turned into raging flames and hit dozens of bodyguards. They were like dozens of logs that had been set on fire and fell to the ground. They screamed and beat the flames on their bodies. Not a single one of them was able to get up. Chu Tian walked in front of the stunned Meng Yingying and said with a smile, "How is it? Does beating people feel good?" She had never beaten people that bullied her like this before. It felt good enough, but wasn't it too much? "Sorry, I only used 10 to 20% of my strength." Meng Yingying had an embarrassed look. She looked at the people rolling on the ground and then looked at Chu Tian. "I never thought they would be this weak." This couldn't be blamed on her. Meng Yingying had little battle experience, and her strength had increased very quickly, so she couldn't act as she pleased. "Hi, what's wrong with this? This is already considered light." Chu Tian shook his head. Nangong personally made a move. Even if she used 10% of her strength, she would have burned these fellows to ashes. Although she can duplicate the Fire Phoenix source spirit, she can't obtain its essence, so she has to work hard. Meng Yingying obtained Chu Tian's confirmation and immediately said with a smile, "Yes." The great Zhou country sects are very clear. Outsiders making a move in their territory is considered a great provocation. Chun Bingyu slightly knit her brows and reminded him, "The Black Moon sect is very strong. They have over 10 true spirit experts. I'm afraid we'll attract trouble." Chu Tian looked at Qin Bingyu with a thought-provoking gaze. "Big Sister Bing seems very familiar with the great Zhou country." But Chu Tian was never a person who was afraid of causing trouble. Taking one step at a time was not Chu Tian's style, so it was better to make a large hole in the ground and let the great Zhou country know of Chu Tian's existence. This way, it would be easier to do things. 2 coffin-like containers flew over from the west at an extremely fast speed. One of them was fiery red in color and had a large number of fire elemental runes carved on it, while the other was bluish-white in color and had a large number of ice elemental runes carved on it. Although their strengths were different, it was probably because they cultivated the cultivation technique of a sect. They were both covered in a thick corpse energy and poison mist, quickly flying over. These are experts from the inner sect, the famed fire and ice twins. This is one of the most talented geniuses in the younger generation of the Xianin sect. 2 figures jumped out of the 2 coffins. One was wearing a red robe covered in flames, and the other was wearing a white robe covered in frost. One fire and one ice, repelling each other, but also intertwining with each other. It formed a kind of fire and ice cycle, a feeling of life and death. Who dares cause trouble in the Black Moon sect? The 2 inner sect elites were both wearing masks, but their body and height were exactly the same. Even when they spoke, they were synchronized. It was as if they were a pair of twins. "I did it." Meng Yingying sensed the other side. The other side was not as strong as she imagined, only around the 8-9 TH awakened soul layer. She was filled with confidence. The great Zhou country was only SOO. Your Black Moon sect disciples bully the weak and have bad morals. I had to teach them a lesson. Shameless boasting. The 2 of them were instantly enraged. The Black Moon sect is an important place. How could we allow you to act so wildly? I'll let you see how strong the Black Moon sect is. Meng Yingying looked at Chu Tian. After getting a confirmation, she said without any fear, "Don't try to scare me. I'm not afraid of you." The 2 sides instantly began to fight. The 2 Black Moon sect inner sect elites used secret techniques to attack Meng Yingying several times. What surprised them was that no matter how they attacked, they would be bounced back by a layer of light. "You're only Essa." Meng Yingying was filled with pride, feeling like she was possessed by a god of war. It was probably because she was in front of Chu Tian that she wanted to show off, so she used her newly learned starlight movement technique. She took several steps in the air and flashed like lightning. 2 palms shot out, clean and direct. It didn't seem like it was as powerful as when she hit the fatty, but she had already used 40 to 50% of her strength. Spirit energy condensed on her arms, forming a thick layer of true spirit. Even if it was steel, it would still be cut in half. True spirit energy. The 2 brothers were instantly filled with shock. It's a true spirit cultivator. The 2 of them were filled with shock, but it was already too late to escape. Meng Yingying sent one flying with a palm, just like throwing away 2 pieces of paper. The in-gathering city onlookers were all filled with shock. It was already not simple for a young girl to defeat an outer sect elder of the Black Moon sect, but they never would have thought that she could defeat an inner sect elite disciple. The strength of these 2 brothers wasn't bad. They could cross a level and a half, but it was impossible for them to cross realms to defeat a true spirit cultivator. Not to mention that they couldn't break Meng Yingying's defenses. Even if they were in the same realm, they most likely wouldn't be able to defeat Meng Yingying. Who are you people? Because her strength increased quickly and her spirit energy became stronger, it could increase her lifespan and slow down her growth. Meng Yingying's appearance had not changed at all. She was still the same as when Chu Tian saw her a year ago. She looked to be around 15-16 years old, an ignorant young girl in the prime of her youth. A 15-16-year-old girl in the prime of her youth had a shocking true spirit cultivation. This kind of matter was unimaginable even in the great Zhou country. Yingying, stop. Chu Tian walked in front of the 2 Black Moon sect inner disciples. After all this time, you're on our side. If I knew earlier, I would have gone to find you. I haven't seen you for a year, and your strength has increased quite quickly. The 10 corpse monster inner cores back then must have brought quite a bit of benefits. The Flame Ghost and Ice Demon brothers were a bit stunned. You are Lu Rin. Although it had been over a year and the young man's appearance had changed, his temperament couldn't be changed. When Flame Ghost and Ice Demon saw him, they recognized him as the mysterious youth Lu Rin they met in southern Xia's black market. The sword on his back and the fox sleeping on his shoulder proved this point. Now it seemed like Lu Rin was just a fake name and his appearance back then was a disguise. Chu Tian never thought he would meet these 2 brothers this coincidentally. That's right, it's me, but my real name is Chu Tian. Flame Ghost and Ice Demon looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It really was this fellow. It was no wonder. Although they hadn't spent much time with Chu Tian, they knew that this young man was a monstrous genius. The Black Moon sect's outer sect elder, the bronze masked old man, had brought the Flame Ghost brothers to the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. If it wasn't for this fellow, the 2 of them would have died down there like the outer sect elder. So, it's Brother Chu. Flame Ghost quickly stood up. This is all a misunderstanding. Ice Demon also said, Brother Chu has done the Black Moon sect a favor. I think the sect master and the elders and protectors will want to see you. Chu Tian laughed. Then I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to introduce me. Chapter 461. One of the great Zhou country's 6 famous mountains, the Heavenly Yin Mountain, was an ancient ruin. The Black Moon sect's ancestor excavated the ruins and obtained the inheritance of the ancient Heavenly Yin sect. Therefore he created this powerful sect. The mountain protecting array has been opened. Please come with us. Many thanks. This is how it should be. The Flame Ghost and Ice Demon brothers were very respectful to Chu Tian. Without Brother Chu, how could we be here today? But Brother Chu, we have to remind you, the Black Moon sect's elders and protectors don't have good tempers. I hope you'll pay attention to your words. Chu Tian agreed. The Black Moon sect's cultivation technique leaned towards demonic cultivators. This kind of cultivator's interest would be affected and they would become ruthless and easily angered. This was also the reason why demonic cultivators weren't easy to get along with. The three of them followed the secret path into a deep valley. On both sides were all kinds of fierce statues and Black Moon, sect disciples guarding them. The large-scale illusion array completely blocked the five senses. If it wasn't for the two brothers opening the mountain protecting array and revealing this path, other people wouldn't be able to find the entrance to the Black Moon sect even if they searched until the end of time. Mang Yingying asked while walking, "You have friends in the Great Zhou country. How come I don't know about this?" They couldn't even be considered friends. He explained the matter of the Yin Corpse Valley. The Flame Ghost and Ice Demon brothers were just passers-by to Chu Tian. They thought they wouldn't meet again. They never thought they would meet in this kind of place. It was a matter of fate. In the beginning, Chu Tian gave the two brothers the 10,000-year-old corpse monster cores. Perhaps he didn't feel anything, but to the two of them, it was simply a favor of rebirth. There were many sects in the Great Zhou country. Each sect was divided into inner and outer sections. For a large sect, like the Black Moon sect, they had at least a few thousand miles of land, several dozen cities, enjoying the offerings of tens of millions of people. And these tens of millions of people belonged to the outer sect. The outer sect was a vassal power. The inner sect was the true core power. The outer sect supported the sect to become stronger, and the sect became stronger to protect them. The inner sect disciples were all chosen from the outer sect. Both sides were interdependent, but in comparison, there was a large difference in status. It was like a heavenly moat. The bronze-masked old man in the past was an outer sect elder. To put it bluntly, he was just a merchant who ran errands for the mysterious Yin sect. At that time, the Flame Ghost and Ice Demon brothers were extremely talented, but they were only chosen as preparatory disciples of the inner sanctum. They didn't officially enter the sect. It was precisely because of the large amount of rewards that they exchanged for the 10 corpse cores that their strength had improved by leaps and bounds over the past year. Now, they had become the most eye-catching rising stars of the Shenin sect. Fatty, an outer sanctum member, wouldn't care about them. The two brothers could feel it. Mang Yingying was the weakest of the three, but she still had a true spirit cultivation. Even in the Great Zhou country, this kind of person was as rare as a phoenix feather and unicorn horn. Not to mention that a barren land like southern Xia could give birth to such a monster. How could these two brothers not be shocked? If he continued at this speed, he would reach an unimaginable realm in less than 10 years. The entire Great Zhou country would have to look up to him. A large number of grand buildings gradually appeared in front of them. The Black Moon sect had around 200,000 people, and all of them were awakened soul cultivators. Just this strength was enough to look down on a small country, and they had over 10 true spirit cultivators. Just this one sect alone was much stronger than the southern summer country of the past. This was the difference between a large country and a small country. Greetings, Vice Sect Master, for great protectors and various elders. The Flame Ghost and Ice Demon brothers brought Chu Tian into a large hall. There were Black Moon sect cultivators on both sides, each wearing similar clothes. Although their clothes were of different colors, they were all wearing masks. This is the great summer country, scholar Chu Tian. Chu Tian's group of 3 stood in the center of the hall, ignoring the pressure from the surrounding Black Moon cultivators. His eyes passed through the hall and fell onto the people in the front. There were a total of 3 people here. One of them had a tall and sturdy figure, wearing a pitch-black robe from head to toe. He had a fierce black iron mask on his face, and his body was filled with a faint demonic qi. There were 2 people standing on his left and right. The 4 of them were dressed in green, red, blue, and yellow for different colors. Other than the colors, their clothes and masks were all the same. They were all wearing round robes with a deep hood over their heads. Each person was surrounded by a different kind of energy. Vice Sect Master Enlisine. The 4 great wind, fire, water, and earth protectors. There were also a few elders from the Black Moon sect. Each person was wearing a ghost mask, giving off a ghostly aura that made Meng Yingying feel very uncomfortable. The Black Moon sect's inherited cultivation technique was special. Normally, when a sect accepted a disciple, they would accept a certain type of innate talent, or they would use the inheritance to cover up their innate talent, allowing the entire sect to practice the same cultivation technique. The giant shark gang of the 4 States Lake was similar. The Black Moon sect was different in that they didn't restrict innate talent. It was just that on top of the innate talent of their source spirit, they covered up the characteristics of the Black Moon sect's cultivation technique. The 4 protectors' spirit energy should be wind, fire, water, and earth. The wind was een wind, the water was een water, the fire was een fire, and the earth was een earth. This was a very good inheritance. The Vice Sect Master Endless Een slowly stood up, and the surrounding black chi was released. A deep voice came from behind the mask. You are the rogue cultivator from the small southern summer country that brought 10 corpse cores to the Black Moon sect a year ago. That's right. Chu Tian didn't care about Endless Yin's contempt. The Black Moon sect is one of the 6 great sects of the Great Zhou country and can be considered the pillar of the Great Zhou country. I, as the Great Summer country's envoy, wish for the Great Zhou and Great Xia to work together and resist the Northern Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter came from the main hall, and a person dressed as a Black Moon sect elder stood up. Bullshit, Great Summer country. Could it be that a respected large country can't even send a decent person? A brat who still smells of his mother's milk, and 2 women wanted to take advantage of the Great Zhou dynasty? You want to obtain the Black Moon sect's support? Laughable, laughable. What qualifications do you have? Don't think that you can bribe the Black Moon sect with a few corpse cores. Chu Tian looked at him. What is your excellency's name? The Black Moon sect's punishment elder Yang Miao. Flame Ghost and Ice Demon became a bit embarrassed and immediately looked at Chu Tian. Elder Yang Miao couldn't be offended. His Een Water demonic art had reached the perfection realm, and he was one of the elders with the highest position in the sect. His cultivation had reached the 2nd true spirit layer, and he had several dozen Black Moon sect secret techniques. 2nd true spirit layer? What did this count for in the forest of chaos? A piece of trash, like you dares to be arrogant in front of father? These fellows' eyes were high above their heads, and they had bad intentions, so there was no benefit in being humble. Only by showing enough strength could they speak properly. That's right, we are small characters in the Great Summer country. Chu Tian had already thrown his promise to the 2 brothers to the back of his head. But small characters like us are very curious. We really want to see the secret techniques of the Great Zhou country's famous sections. If the elder is generous, how about we make a bet? Yang Miao said with a cold smile. You think you're worthy of making a bet with me? In the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb, I didn't just obtain 10,000-year-old corpse monster cores. Of course I'm not worthy, but it is. Chu Tian casually pulled out his sword. When the ice-cold sword touched the ground, a cold aura was released, creating a large piece of frost, the ancient soul-contracting weapon. The Netherworld sword, I think it is considered a top-grade treasure in the Great Zhou country. If the elder can defeat any one of the 3, this sword will be the Great Summer country's gift to the Black Moon sect. The expressions of everyone present slightly changed. There was also a trace of fluctuation in Endless Yin's eyes. Chu Tian's Netherworld sword was no longer the Netherworld sword he had just obtained. It had already recovered its strength and was even stronger than before. In a place like the Black Moon sect, it could be considered a top-grade treasure. The Black Moon sect's eyes were high above their heads. How could a small country like the Southern Summer country place them in their eyes? They were willing to meet Chu Tian this time because they knew that Chu Tian had many treasures on him. They never thought that before they even made a move, Chu Tian would take the initiative to take out the Netherworld sword. Yang Miao gave a sinister laugh from under his mask. Is it really like this? Would I lie to you here? Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, If I win, you have to agree to some of my conditions. Was this young man from a small country an idiot? What qualifications did he have to bargain in this situation? Even if he could make the Black Moon sect agree to his conditions, would the Black Moon sect keep their promise? Little brother is this confident. The vice sect master, Endless Een, suddenly spoke up. It would be a waste if he didn't take a treasure that was sent to his door. Elder Yang should exchange pointers with them. Let these small country cultivators see the Black Moon sect's cultivation technique. It can be considered a good deed. All right. Yang Miao's spirit energy was suddenly released. His body that was sitting on the chair suddenly changed shape. It was like black water was flowing upwards, falling onto the ground in front of him, instantly forming his body. There were still black water droplets flowing around his body. Don't say that I'm bullying the weak. Whoever has the confidence to go up, it's fine even if all three of you come together. This was a very strange cultivation technique. The Black Moon sect's elder gave people a feeling like his body had turned into invisible water, constantly changing and hiding danger. This was the perfection realm of the Een water demonic technique. Meng Yingying volunteered, I'll fight. Chu Tian deliberately provoked her. Are you sure you won't have a problem? No problem. Meng Yingying was filled with confidence. I'll take care of it in 10 moves. Chu Tian shook his head in dissatisfaction and said, 10 moves is too much. I'll take care of it in 3. Meng Yingying tilted her head and thought about it. I'll try. Yang Miao's eyes were terrifyingly dark. Are the people of Southern Xia all as arrogant as you? No. Actually, most of the Great Summer people are very humble. Chu Tian said with a smile, unless we meet trash that overestimates themselves and doesn't know themselves, then we'll teach them a lesson. With these words, everyone's expressions changed. Ghost Flame and Ice Demon were stunned. Did Chu Tian's brain break? Didn't he know that he was in the Black Moon sect's territory? If he said these words in front of so many people from the Black Moon sect, would the Black Moon sect let him leave? Where would the face of one of the great Zhou 6 great sects go? With these words, this was simply a naked provocation. Yang Miao flew into a rage out of shame. How bold! AI, don't be so excited. I'm not targeting you alone. Chu Tian's eyes swept over the surrounding elders, as well as the protectors and vice sect masters. I'm saying that everyone here is bastard. Before he even finished, Yang Miao angrily attacked, going around Meng Yingying to attack Chu Tian. When the Ghost and Ice Demon brothers saw this, they almost couldn't stop themselves from smashing their heads against the wall. They had truly caused a disaster this time. Chapter 462. The Great Zhou country was stronger than the Great Summer country. This was an undeniable fact. Just the Black Moon sect could gather an army of 100,000 or even 200,000 awakened soul realm cultivators. If this strength was used well, it could destroy the Great Summer country. The Black Moon sect was just one of the many sects in the Great Zhou country. It could be imagined that if the Great Zhou country's army gathered together, perhaps each person would be able to drown Chu Tian and take him back. Not to mention the fact that the 3 of them were in the Black Moon sect's territory. This was one of the most ancient sects in the Great Zhou country, with various restrictions, barriers, and arrays. Not only was it hard to attack, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to kill their way out. Chu Tian's inexplicable provocation was an irrational thing to do. Wasn't this no different from seeking death? Actually, it wasn't like this. Chu Tian wasn't afraid of them at all. Even if they took 10,000 steps back and the 3 of them had city return scrolls, they could run away if the situation wasn't good. There was no way to stop spatial scrolls in this era, so what could the Black Moon sect do to them even if they had more people? Chu Tian didn't have the time to slowly bargain with them. The Black Moon sect was a sect filled with demonic cultivators. Although they weren't evil, as long as they were demonic cultivators, they would follow the law of the jungle. Moreover, promises and oaths had no meaning. Chu Tian didn't want to waste his saliva and knowledge. It was better to use absolute strength to make them yield. So what if the Black Moon sect was strong? The Great Zhou country was strong in terms of overall strength, resources, army, and economy. In terms of just the number of experts, the Black Moon sect couldn't even compare to Miracle City. Being afraid like this, was this still Chu Tian's style? No matter what, Chu Tian had successfully enraged Yang Miao. His hands came together, and his body began to melt, turning into a human-shaped jelly. Large droplets of water floated out of his body, and each droplet floated in the air. Yang Miao's hands suddenly pushed forward. Several dozen droplets of water shot at Chu Tian. Seal of dead water. This was one of the Black Moon sect's secret techniques. Yang Miao clearly had a rare elemental source spirit, and his source spirit was water. Combining it with the Yin water demonic technique to display this secret technique. Each drop of water had a strong penetrative power and killing intent. The most poisonous part was that it could easily corrode one's protective spirit energy, and most protective cultivation techniques would be ineffective. Moreover, it contained a strong poison, killing anyone who touched it. You hit the wrong person. Your opponent is me. Meng Yingying's body shone with starlight. Under the intense collision of electromagnetic light, she blocked in front of Chu Tian like a bolt of lightning. Dozens of water droplets fell on Meng Yingying's petite and beautiful body. When these pitch-black water droplets hit Meng Yingying's body, it was like water droplets falling on a red-hot iron pot. The sizzling sound was accompanied by a rising steam, and the water droplets evaporated almost instantly. Ineffective. Yang Miao's face slightly changed. This girl had a cultivation in the first true spirit layer at such a young age. This was very shocking. At least in the Black Moon sect, there had never been a 16-year-old who had a cultivation in the true spirit layer. Even in the history of the Great Zhou country, there weren't many. A trivial little country's girl. How could she have this kind of ability? The most incredible thing was an unheard of defensive cultivation technique. Not only did it have a strong defense, it could also resist the corrosion of the darkness and curse, making the seal of dead water ineffective before it could be used. The Great Zhou country was a country filled with sects, with countless ancient inheritances and cultivation techniques, but they had never heard of this cultivation technique before. Yang Miao used all his strength, and his body became even more blurry. Countless strands of black steam were released, instantly swallowing at Meng Yingying like a giant beast. So what if her defense was strong? This move could turn her energy into mist, and this mist was everywhere. From the pores, from the nose, from the ears, it could enter any part of the body. Even if a single strand entered the body, it was enough to kill a first true spirit layer cultivator. Meng Yingying's cultivation was high, but she clearly lacked battle experience. She was a bit stunned when she faced this attack, and in that moment, she was completely surrounded by the black mist. She even accidentally breathed in a few mouthfuls, so she should be dead for sure. Yang Miao's in-water demonic technique was not for nothing. If it was a normal, true spirit cultivator, they would have lost their battle strength even if they didn't die. But when the starlight immortal body reached the sacred light body realm, the power released came from the inside. It was not just the surface of the body. Each muscle, meridians, and even the internal organs were all covered by the sacred light body's power. So even if Meng Yingying made this mistake, she would not be injured at all, and her movements would just freeze for a few seconds. Profound Yin large hand seal. Yang Miao used a high-grade secret technique of the Black Moon sect this time. Endless wild energy came from his body and condensed into a giant palm that slammed at Yingying. Yang Miao used his full strength with this attack, not holding anything back at all. The profound large hand seal was one of Yang Miao's strongest killing moves. Meng Yingying finally felt a sense of danger. She who had a slow reaction and movement finally released her mirror source spirit. But before she could make her next move, the powerful large hand seal slammed into her body. Die. Yang Miao did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex as he angrily roared out with all his strength, wanting to crush this young girl to pieces. The moment the large hand seal slammed into the other side, Yang Miao felt like a giant wave slamming into a diamond. He couldn't shake it at all, and the terrifying power was reflected back at him. The Starlight immortal body had the ability to reflect damage. Meng Yingying's mirror source spirit also had the ability to reflect damage. When Yingying received this attack, she immediately used all her strength to activate the Starlight immortal body, returning most of the power to Yang Miao. Yang Miao's large hand shattered inch by inch, turning into countless drops of water that fell onto her body. The ground, pillars, walls, and ceiling behind her were all filled with holes. Yingying's first counterattack. A normal cultivator would have been killed by the reflected power. Yang Miao received a strong backlash, but Yang Miao's cultivation technique was very special. The Yin water demonic technique in the perfection realm made his body turn into elemental essence. When the reflected power hit his body, it was completely absorbed by his half-liquefied body, so it didn't cause any damage. Even like this, Yingying's strength was enough to make others look at her in a different light. Chu Tian said from the side, the first move. Meng Yingying's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The starlight around her body collided intensely. Her figure turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. Her flawless right arm swept out, unexpectedly creating an incomparably sharp starlight blade. Yang Miao had not stabilized himself yet. This close distance, this fast, and this kind of attack filled with explosive power, he had no way of dodging it. He could only condense a water shield in front of him. The starlight blade pierced through the water shield and into Yang Miao's body. Did she kill him? Meng Yingying had just thought this when Yang Miao retreated. There was indeed a large hole in his chest, but the black water quickly filled it. In just a moment, it was as good as new, not leaving a single mark behind. A water source spirit and a strange cultivation technique can make attacks ineffective? Even if Meng Yingying didn't have any battle experience, she could still see through this trick. This is a bit hard to deal with. His cultivation base is higher than mine. It won't be easy to break through it. Chu Tian reminded her the second move. Meng Yingying released all her spirit energy, and the mirror source spirit floating behind her suddenly had the image of a fire phoenix appear. That blazing flame came from the mirror and instantly surrounded Meng Yingying's body. Fire phoenix! The Black Moon sect people were shocked. This was the legendary god, level source spirit. Meng Yingying's fire phoenix was a fake. Although it couldn't compare to Nangongyan, the mirror fire phoenix still had the power of a fire phoenix. Meng Yingying released half of the source spirit in her body and used all her strength to gather this powerful flame energy. The flames around Meng Yingying's body became stronger, and a giant phoenix appeared around her. Chu Tian was stunned. Great Nirvana scripture? Not only did Meng Yingying copy Nangongyan's source spirit, did she want to copy Nangongyan's main cultivation technique? Of course, this was impossible. At least with Meng Yingying's current strength, she could only copy a bit of it. Even so, it was still very strong. A little girl in her teens could force the highest-ranked elder of the Black Moon sect to this point. Yang Miao was filled with anger and shock. His hands formed several seals, and large amounts of black water came from his body. His body quickly swelled, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a 3-meter tall black water demon, and his aura doubled. Profound Yin large hand seal. Yang Miao pushed the Yin water magic technique to its limit, turning himself into a black water demon. Then he used a secret technique and crazily attacked Meng Yingying. This was already the strongest attack he could complete. Heaven-burning fist. Meng Yingying had already released most of her strength. The mirror source spirit continued to provide energy behind her, and her entire body was covered in the faint phoenix image. The two of them fiercely collided. Fire against water, light against darkness. In that instant, water vapor filled the entire main hall. This water vapor was caused by Yang Miao's spirit energy, evaporating, and it contained the Yin water demonic technique's poison. The elders and disciples all ran away in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Yang Miao's protective Yin water demonic technique was evaporated by the fire phoenix's power. Meng Yingying's fist landed on his body, and although it was very close, it still broke through his protective spirit energy. Yang Miao was like a puppet with its strings cut as he instantly broke 6-7 pillars and fell into a corner. You! Yang Miao spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Meng Yingying's little face was a bit pale, and she was gasping for breath from overexertion. It really was dangerous. Yang Miao was actually a bit stronger than her, but the Starlight immortal body could restrain him, so Meng Yingying didn't have any worries when she attacked. Yang Miao had to use a part of his cultivation to protect his body, but he was suppressed by the Fire Phoenix's power, so he was directly defeated by Meng Yingying. But Meng Yingying did it. She defeated a higher-level cultivator in 3 moves. Humph! The Black Moon Sect's vice, Sect Master Endless Yin's face sunk, daring to insult my Black Moon Sect. For protectors, capture them. The 4 protectors made their move. Wind, fire, water, and earth. The 4 of them had different source spirits, but their strength was not inferior to Yang Miao's. With the 4 of them attacking at the same time, their strength surpassed one's imagination. Chu Tian shook his head with a look of disdain. You can't beat me alone, so you're suppressing me with numbers. The main hall was filled with a bone-chilling cold. Before the 4 protectors attacked, there was a blizzard that appeared out of nowhere. Endless Yin was shocked to find that the black-clothed woman beside Chu Tian had made a move. This woman had always been quiet and low-key, but when she made a move, she was actually this strong. Perhaps she was several times stronger than that girl. Seeing a ghost. When did this little southern Xia have this many experts? Chapter 463. The instant Chen Bingyu soared into the air, all the origin power in her body poured out in torrents, suddenly turning into a large snowstorm that engulfed the entire palace, causing the temperature to plummet by several tens of degrees, making everyone feel as if they were in extreme cold. The spectators all felt this strong, so it could be imagined how much pressure the 4 protectors were under. Tens of thousands of crystal-clear snowflakes released a glow, just like a rain of flowers falling from a pear garden. It was beautiful, but it was also filled with a strong sense of danger. Each snowflake was condensed from Qin Bingyu's source spirit, and its might was enough to freeze the enemy's spirit energy, making them lose their battle strength. The 4 great protectors were blocked in a single move and had no choice but to temporarily avoid the power of the blizzard. Qin Bingyu's alluring body shot out from the entanglement of the snowflakes. The exhausted snowflakes seemed to be attracted by a magnet and immediately condensed into 2 beautiful and exquisite snow dragons beside Qin Bingyu. She struck out with her palms and once again attacked the 4 great protectors. This silent, low-key, and unobtrusive woman really amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Qin Bingyu also had the sacred light body, but her cultivation base was even deeper. Now that she was in the 2nd true spirit layer, she was different from someone like Meng Yingying, who only knew how to imitate. She was a genius with shocking battle talent. Her source spirit and talent were not below that of Central State's Chu Xinghe. The 4 protectors were not easy to deal with. Originally, they wanted to temporarily avoid the momentum, but they did not expect Qin Bing to be so strong. The 4 of them immediately struck out, and the 2 interweaving snow dragons were instantly blown to pieces, once again turning into snowflakes that filled the sky. The snowflakes were like a mountain of blades. Her figure moved like lightning. In half a blink of an eye, Chen Bingyu used 5 or 6 secret techniques and fought with the 4 great protectors of wind, fire, water, and earth one after another. She rushed forward with the momentum of the falling snowflakes and struck each of them with her palm, forcing the 4 great protectors to take a step back. Good. Meng Yingying couldn't help shouting, "Big Sister Bing is strong!" Was there a need to say it? Among the people Chu Tian trained, Nan Gongyan had the highest battle talent. She had a god-level source spirit and a supreme cultivation technique, so it was hard for Chu Tian to defeat her in the same realm without using his main source spirit. Next were Qin Bingyu and Dongfang Haoren. Qin Bingyu and Nan Gongyan were both extreme martial artists. The difference between the two was that Nan Gongyan worshipped the pure and direct power of martial arts, so she was a combative and destructive person. Qin Bingyu's pursuit was higher than Nan Gongyan's. She pursued the true meaning of martial arts, treating martial arts as an art and not completely obsessed with fighting and power. While Chen Bingyu was in miracle commerce, she had not missed a single lesson in Qilin Hall. She had also used miracle commerce to collect large amounts of cultivation techniques and secret techniques. Every day, she would try to understand the various cultivation techniques and martial arts. Qin Bingyu's future battle strength might not be comparable to Nan Gongyan's. However, Nan Gongyan's attainments in the martial Tao were not something she could compare with. From Qin Bingyu's moves, it could be seen that Qin Bingyu's moves were ever-changing. She could use 4 to 5 different martial arts in an instant. It could be said that she had already absorbed the advanced theoretical knowledge that Chu Tian had put forward, and based on this foundation, she had collected several outstanding martial arts and martial arts. Such a high comprehension, the 4 Black Moon protectors never thought that their joint attack would be blocked by a normal-looking girl. So they immediately flew into a rage out of shame. "What are you 4 doing?" "Use the 4-phase array." The 4 protectors were clearly excited. Their individual strengths were not inferior to Yang Miao's. Not to mention the fact that the 4 Black Moon protectors were inseparable. Although their cultivation techniques were different, they could perfectly combine them, achieving a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect. Most third true spirit layer experts were not their match. In this kind of 4 against 1 situation, how could they be afraid of a trivial female? The other elders and even the 4 protectors knew how strong they were, so they didn't interfere. After all, the people here were all famous great Zhou experts, and it wasn't a good reputation for them to bully others with numbers. The 4 protectors directly gave up on Chu Tian and Meng Yingying because the 4 protectors could see that Qin Bingyu had the highest cultivation among the 3 of them. They would kill the person with the highest cultivation first, and then they wouldn't have to worry about the others. One was covered in dark blue wind. One was covered in purple-red flames. One was covered in ash-black Yin water. One was covered in dark golden rock. The 4 of them suddenly became as fast as ghosts, leaving behind countless afterimages. For beams of light intertwined, and a strange array formation appeared out of nowhere. Chen Bingyu was trapped in this array formation, and the 4 protectors each took a corner of the formation. My sect's 4 protectors are 4 twin brothers, born as one. Their minds are connected and their innate talents are different, but they can help each other. The cultivation techniques they cultivate come from the same source, combining the 4 into 1, making their battle strength even stronger. Endless Yin saw that the array was complete and immediately relaxed. This trivial nameless person wants to break the 4 protectors. The 4 protectors all had rare elemental source spirits. This kind of source spirit was very hard to deal with, not to mention the seamless 4 elemental array. Qin Bingyu felt her strength being suppressed. The blizzard that was raging in the main hall could no longer break through the suppression of the array. The Black Moon sect really does have some skills, Meng Yingying indignantly said, They are bullying with numbers. Perhaps elder sister Bingyu will suffer a loss. Don't be anxious. Chu Tian had indeed underestimated the Black Moon sect's strength. Chun Bingyu's strength was enough to fight 4 people of the same level. But the coordination between the 4 protectors was too perfect. It wasn't as simple as numbers. But even like this, he was not anxious to make a move because Chu Tian could vaguely feel that Qin Bingyu was hiding some other strength. Elder sister Bing won't be easily defeated. Chun Bingyu's spirit energy turned into a blizzard that was biting cold, but she was still trapped in the center of the main hull. No matter how fierce she was, she couldn't break through the defense of the 4 protectors. The 4 protectors had already begun to attack and suppress Qin Bingyu, but with the starlight immortal body and her powerful strength, she was fine for a while. This situation was very bad. Fighting 4 people at once consumed several times more spirit energy than the 4 protectors. If this continued, she would most likely lose due to lack of spirit energy. At this time, the wind protector sent out a sharp wind blade. When Chun Bingyu dodged to the side, her black veil was lifted by the wind blade, revealing a cold, beautiful, and mature face. Chun Bingyu was a person over 30 years old, but she looked like she was in her 20s. For her to have this kind of cultivation at her age, she could be considered a genius in the great Zhou country. Endless Een sat on the high throne and said, "You have some skill. If you are willing to serve the Black Moon sect, this one will spare your lives." Humph! Chen Bingyu's eyes revealed a trace of anger. Countless snowflakes began to spin at high speeds, forming an incomparably large ice lotus. Countless flames, water bullets, wind blades, and earth spikes attacked. But before they could even land on Qin Bingyu, they were frozen and lost their power. Qin Bingyu formed a seal with her hands. A white and blue mark appeared between her eyebrows. At this time, a power that seemed to have been sealed in her body suddenly surged out from Qin Bingyu's body. It made her spirit energy increase in a short period of time, gradually surpassing the second true spirit realm. What was going on? What was even stranger was that Chen Bingyu's originally jet black hair suddenly turned silver white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Tian was also shocked. Bloodline power? Big Sister Bing has bloodline power. She's been by my side for this long, and I didn't even notice. I'm truly a failure. Bloodline power was a power that came from one's ancestors and bloodline. Southern Xia's Nangong family believed in the immortal bird. Perhaps their ancestors were related to the immortal bird, so they passed their power to their descendants. Only bloodline power had been passed down from ancient times, so it would be buried for a long time. The longer it was, the deeper it would be buried, to the point where it could not be awakened. Not only did Chen Bingyu possess the power of a bloodline, but she was also able to activate this ancient power. With the support of this power, Chen Bingyu's strength would skyrocket by several times. Descent of the ice river. The mark between Qin Bingyu's eyebrows shone brighter and brighter. Her slender and fair hands were covered in blue ice flames. She pressed her left and right hands into the void, releasing large chunks of ice into the surrounding space. It felt as if the air had been frozen and the whole space had been sealed. Retreat! Chu Tian pulled Meng, Ying along, and teleported a few hundred meters away with a space leap. The place where he was just standing was instantly frozen. This ice was condensed from spirit energy, so there was no need to condense water into ice. Most of the space in the store was sealed. The elders, including the brothers Flame Ghost and Ice Demon, who could not escape in time, were all sealed by the terrifying ice. These people were not dead. They were sealed. It was too late for the 4 great protectors to escape. Countless crystal-like ice blocks did not give them any chance to escape. Their terrified postures and terrified expressions were perfectly preserved. Meng Ying looked at the hall, and her mouth could fit an apple. So powerful, a single move filled most of the hall with ice. Yu. The Black Moon sect's sect master Endless Yin's expression was not filled with shock and anger. He looked at Qin Bingyu in disbelief. "You're the great Zhou royal family princess that disappeared 18 years ago. You never expected it." Qin Bingyu's silver-white hair danced in the wind, but her eyes were still as cold as before. The great Zhou royal family was slaughtered, and the last fish that escaped the net was able to live until today. "Good, good. You didn't die 18 years ago, but you've come to our door today." Endless Yin gave an angry roar and charged into the sky. Endless demonic qi turned into a palm that shot out at Qin Bingyu. "I'll kill you now!" Pum! Endless Yin was in the third true spirit layer. Qin Bingyu didn't have the strength to resist and was sent flying by the palm. Luckily, Qin Bingyu didn't have much spirit energy left, but she could still maintain the starlight immortal body, so this attack only caused a light injury to her. Stupid, truly stupid. It was hard for you to escape Great Zhou and you had a fortuitous encounter, but you're in a rush to die in Great Zhou. Endless Yin stepped in the air with ghostly qi surrounding him. "Since it's like this, I can't let you live." Endless Yin raised his hands high up, and a deep blue ghost head blade condensed in front of him. Dang! The blade and sword collided. Chu Tian appeared in front of Qin Bingyu and raised the Netherworld sword to block this attack. When he was pushed back by Endless Yin's blade, he grabbed the injured Qin Bingyu and quickly moved to Yingying's side. "Are you all right?" There was a trace of blood on the corner of Qin Bingyu's lips, and her eyes slightly trembled. "I'm all right, thank you." "You're still a princess. I'm really blind. Don't make fun of me." Qin Bingyu's eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. Chu Tian knew that Qin Bingyu's background was not normal, but now was not the time to get to the bottom of it. "Leave Big Sister Bingyu to me." Meng Yingying used her movement technique to charge forward. The cultivators outside are about to kill their way in. There are so many of them, and we can't beat them, so we can only run away. "Run away? Are you stupid?" Chu Tian gave a laugh. "Haven't you noticed? The Black Moon sect's elders and protectors are all hostages in our hands. We have the advantage. Do we need to run? Take care of Big Sister Bingyu. I'll beat this fellow up first." Chu Tian handed Qin Bingyu to Meng Yingying. His feet stepped off the ground, and he flew into the air with his sword. When he reached the same height as Endless Yin, he circulated his spirit energy and said with a laugh, "Ha, ha, ha. The great Zhou Black Moon sect is only SOSO. Your elders and protectors can't even take a single blow. I'll have to experience the Vice Sect Master's strength." After saying this, Chu Tian instantly disappeared and a resplendent sword glow slashed at Endless Yin. This young cultivator from the southern summer country actually took the initiative to attack the Black Moon sect of the 6 great Zhou countries. So bold. Endless Yin gave an angry laugh. "You're the first to challenge this one with a cultivation in the first true spirit layer."